Where Mad Gods Dance, final part. The group stood about, the weight of their soon-to-be decision weighing on them all. Shall we take a vote then? The group fell into silent agreement. Raise thy hand if we shall pursue. Gunther raised an arm, and Augustus did as well. Same with Finn. Outnumbered, it seems, Bjorn said. His face didn't reveal much of his hand. Albin could feel a sort of dread radiate off his skin. I know I'm saying Bjorn wrong, guy. I know it's not how you pronounce it, but just roll with me. Then he turned to Augustus. I'm surprised you'd vote for such, Augustus. There's payment involved, Albin, and life. Life has a strange way of working, as I said. That is true, he responded. They needed the money to survive. Without money, a mercenary band was nothing. Then we shall proceed. Come, my merry band, we walk a line between fates, and it's a line I'm willing to risk, for I trust this holy man. The group followed Finn then as he walked towards Pierre, Brom motioning for him to continue his lead. So, he began, trekking out of the main hall of the church and behind a door. Behind it a dark hallway that seemingly stretched for miles. Before entering, the priest grabbed a nearby candle holder from a table. It had 3 candles lit upon it, with elaborate displays of angels spent across them. He motioned for all to accompany as he led them down the hall. The group began to move past him as he stood by, seemingly preferring to stick to the back. As Albin approached, he felt hesitant. Before looking at the priest, he gave a sigh and moved forward, untrusting of such a man. Then, once they were all within the hall, the Pierre shut the door behind them, sealing them within the dark, only accompanied by the wickers of flame amongst a holy pitchfork. They advanced forward into the depths, through stairways and long halls, Finn leading the charge while the holy man held toward the back, seemingly undaring to see what this seeming kin of his had become. Finally, they reached it. Finn halted immediately when he saw it, the rest of the group crashing into him in the dark, cursing before standing to observe what lay in front of them. It was an elaborately carved thing of stone. Upon it, a large skeletal thing was depicted above, its arms seemingly crossed above its chest as if it had been laid to rest. Around the shape of its head were depictions of grander iconography, crosses, streaks of light, and what seemed to be veins as well. It was hard to tell in the darkness if that truly was the extent of such symbols. Below the skeletal thing, depicted on the doorframe, were a series of arms that clung onto one another, rotted and broken, barely clinging upon one another for some sort of structure, some sort of support in this trying time, as if their belief held them there. Upon the large stone door was something carved in Old French. Comme le fils siege à dessous, le diable reside en dessous. Dans le monde éveillé et verbal, il existe un équivalent pour tout. C'est quoi est en haut et commence, c'est quoi est en bas. This is it. Here I depart. I wish thy group luck, Finn Ferguson of Hibernia. Your courage shall be needed. He then handed the candle to Albin, for him to hand to Finn. Slay such as you did that vampiric woman. Finn gave a smile and nodded. Soon after, the group entered. The door, closing behind them, truly leaving them within darkness. Albin kept his grip upon the candlestick, clutching it like a lifeline to God. He looked at the others within the dim light, their faces seemingly confused and grave as they looked about. It was dark, the darkest place Albin had ever seen. He could barely see a foot. No, a few inches in front of where he stood. It was all confusing, ever-present, a counter to the light above. He wondered if this is what hell was like, an absence of God, an absence of his light, his stars, his eyes. So, shall we begin? Finn asked. This place, Finn. It's dark, Bjorn said. He turned to Finn. We need to think of a plan. If this man is about these halls, as the priest said, we need to know how to counter it. We need light as well. I just hope our eyes adjust, Augustus remarked. Just think of it like a dark wood. Our eyes adjust eventually. We may be at a disadvantage for a while, but it'll come. You're right about such, thief, but I'd rather find a more instant source. We're not going to be left liable to a predator within the shadows. He outstretched a hand to Albin. Hand me the candle, he said. Albin complied, and before anyone could say a word, Bjorn snapped the ornate pitchfork into 3 places, each with a candle atop. He handed one to Finn, one to Albin, and he kept the final piece. Now then, our plan. Yes, my fellow, Finn said. Now we have our blades and arms, yes? Albin checked. He had his shield and blade. Him and the others gave nods of silent agreement. Catacombs are winding places of bone and brick. It's a labyrinthian place, and as such, it has dead ends. We should try to corner the man, then we can do what we must. Murder him? Albin asked. Even in the dark, Albin saw Finn's face change to a solemn look. Yes, just think of it like that of a soldier. One we're usually hired to fight. This time, it's a man driven to madness, in need of rest. No one spoke after that. For an eternity, it felt, they stood in the dark, weighing the possibility of what it was they were going to do. That was, till Bjorn asked, "Shall we proceed?" "That we shall, brother," Finn said. Finn led the group through the winding miles of tunnel, outstretched before them like some sort of great complex. It smelled of rot, skin peeling from bone, bodily fluids leaking from the cadavers as they finally succumbed to the fate of fly meal. Their sounds echoed throughout the vastness about the place, the scuttling and writhing of their insectoid bodies as they festered upon those recently and long dead. It crept through their ears as if the spindly legs of a spider. It was then, Albin noticed, the first thing that was strange, barely noticeable within the firelight of his candle. He saw something shine. "Finn?" he called out. "Yes?" He stopped and turned to see what Albin saw. His face went from concern to confusion. Nearby, upon the ground, stood an elaborate ornament, not dissimilar from one you'd seen in a church like that of above. "What's the problem, Albin?" he asked. "Look." Albin pointed at the golden object. Upon it was wax, a candle holder. But the wax was melted. Albin outstretched a hand to touch it. It was still seemingly warm and gooey, as if someone had just recently been down here to light it. What sort of maniac would do such a deed with a beast of man lurking about this place? "It's melted," Gunther said. "Who would light it?" Augustus asked. Finn shook his head. Would this beast be intelligent enough to do so? Albin didn't know. None of them knew. What sort of reverence would even be needed down here in a place such as this? You don't think... Augustus didn't want to finish his sentence. "No, I'm telling thou, comrade, we have not been led astray by such a holy man. I'm telling you, no such man, not one of such physique would I expect to ever hold such a pagan thing in their system of belief." "And they call my people that," Bjorn muttered. "We're not sure. It could just be a coincidence, yeah?" Gunther tried to rationalize this seemingly insignificant detail. "I'd hope," Finn said. His voice was seemingly doubtful now, a sharp turn from his jolly demeanor. It put all of them on edge. "Progress we must, brothers. Progress we must," he said. They began to move forward once more. Albin felt a growing fear in the back of his mind, like that of his previous sins before. He could feel them here, seemingly physically. The dark, so dense, so sinful, so inevitable, so interconnected to the world at large. Like that of sin. Sin. That damn word, that damned word. It still haunted him, despite it all, despite everything. It bounced about his ears, making them ring as if he were the bell. His ears rang and rang, ringing and ringing till... Ugh. Albin paused his movement. The rest of the group didn't notice till Finn looked back. This time, his face was of fear. He'd heard it too. Ugh. It rang out again, louder, more distinct. Then came another noise. Jingle. Albin grabbed the hilt of his blade and readied himself. Sorry guys, turn the music up. Albin grabbed the hilt of his blade and readied himself. The likes of his brothers did the same. They could all sense it in the air. The tension, the energy. All of it right for something, just anything to appear. And it did. It appeared in flesh, a decaying carrion eaten away by vermin, pale tissue decorated, elaborated by golden charms that seemingly jangled as it moved about. Chains they looked that the lowest of class would never see within the days of their life. This thing, its back leaned forward to support itself, its arms long and covered by this jewelry, gold and metal decorated its body. It shined a strange glisten as it moved with a dim, orange light to the candles the group held. The worst part? Oh, the face. That damned face. Albin would never forget it. Never. A face encased within a strange ornament, rounded with circles about its sides, decorated elaborately with engravings of prayers and hymns, crosses and veins, jewels and dried blood, and behind a shining film of glass. Behind it, Behind the engravings, behind the vanity, behind it all, a rotted face, dead. It should have been dead. Dear God, it should have been dead, the group thought. Nay, for it stood without eyes, without a nose, and a gape mouth, its tongue seemingly gone and naked for all to see, exposing its rotted, dying flesh in castrated state. Amongst it writhed obese maggots and flies that were bound inside such by its elaborate chains of gold and emerald. It should have been dead. Then came the smell, an odor of rot, the source of it all in this tomb. Before, they never saw a body, only bones. It could only hear the sounds of insectoid feasting within dense coffins. Yet, their scent of death was nothing in comparison to this beast, this thing. Dear God, it should have been dead. Albin didn't move. He was in shock as it emerged from the darkness beside him. He didn't speak. He didn't think. Only stood. This beast, this thing, it moved. It moved fast. It didn't go for Albin. Instead, it went for a man who'd already begun to run away. Gunther. In life, he always ran. Ran from his problems, ran from his family, a place of pain and harm. He ran away from it all at the promise of payment within a group. He ran. The beast followed. In life, he drank. Sometimes to near death just to escape it. The hurt, the horror of it all. He ran. The beast followed. He partook in acts of love, hoping to drown out the pain, somehow counter it in love and relations. With all his might he sprinted, the beast followed. Yet it was all in vain, for every day he could only remember. He never did speak of it, not even in death. For in death he ran. Yet the beast followed. It pounced upon his body. Bjorn rushed it, grabbing his large blade, dragging it amongst the ground as he ran, letting out a ferocious battle cry. His muscles tense, ready to land the killing blow, yet the beast turned and swatted him away with its skinny arms, stinging him into the nearby wall. "Gunther, Bjorn!" Finn cried out, yet his cries did nothing. The beast then lowered its face to Gunther, giving him a dose of foul, rot-stained air and a clear look at its source. Its face made Gunther want to scream, yet he couldn't. He couldn't will himself either. He tried and tried, yet when he did his vocal cords felt as if they may snap into sinewy tissue. The beast's face got closer and closer. The group could only watch to their horror. Gunther saw it, himself within the beast's reflection. This was who he could be if he finally just faced it all, took to God's word within scripture, embraced him. Yes, that's what he would do. Embrace it. Embrace it. Embrace it. And as Gunther lay there, the beast's hollow gaze stared deeper and deeper into his soul. His breath slowed and slowed till finally he breathed no more. His body began to shrivel into a skeletal form, draining any nutrients left in it, and the beast stood, its headpiece weighing its head down as it did so. It turned to the group, facing them within its gaze. It had taken first blood. Bjorn stood, dazed and in great pain as he did so. He looked at the sights about him. He froze up as he did. By the gods, no. No, 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 no. This couldn't be. No! His breath quickened as he stared at the beast, its enrapturing gaze. He saw the falsehood in it. He clutched his blade and turned to the group who stood by in the same stupor. "Run!" he yelled. That they did. The beast didn't pursue, merely standing and watching as such occurred before scuttling off into the dark on all fours like an animal, its head permanently fixed upon their direction as they made haste. They ran and ran until finally they saw a room within the endless hall. And Finn threw himself into it, urging the others to do the same. Albin and Augustus ran in, and Bjorn was the last to enter, looking back before doing so. They all collapsed about the ground. None of them spoke. How could they? Dear God, how could they? It was then Finn broke down, his eyes burned with tears, until finally he began to sob softly upon the ground in a heap. "Gunther, oh Gunther, no, no, no," he cried out, only for Bjorn to place hand on his mouth to silence him. He looked at his friend, grief-stricken, broken. He removed his hand, and he collapsed into Bjorn's arms, crying silently as Augustus and Albin sat shocked. It killed him, Finn spat out. It killed him, without a scar, without blood, it killed him. Bjorn stared off, in shock. His vision, it was true. Fate was to win. He didn't cry. He didn't shout. Instead, he stared off into the wall nearby, unable to muster any sort of words. He wondered if it was a Draugr as he had before, but no, it couldn't have been. Such wasn't so tactical, so pristine in its movement. And how it killed him, Gunther, how it killed him. There's no explanation. No visible splatter of crimson ichor, no gaping wounds, not a dented skull mixed with brain matter. No, This was something else. Albin couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. How could such a thing happen? How was it possible? Then came a previous thought. Was this a trap? Albin mumbled. No one spoke. They didn't know. They didn't know, oh, how fate worked, how it pulled its strings so cruelly, so horrifically, as if they were a man's tendons and veins, stretching and stretching them and bringing about agony to those attached. They didn't know. It very well could have been, but this is not the beast described to them. By God, this is my fault, Finn managed to weep out. Finn, you're not at fault. This could have been deception, Augustus said, trying to comfort him. It takes a con artist to know another. What does that matter? He snapped back. Gunther's dead. Dead because of me. Not that holy man. Nay, I fell for what was possibly his scheme. I brought us to our grave inadvertently, it seems, for Bjorn's visions were true. Augustus didn't respond. How could he? In a way, he was right. He believed him and led them to his fate, for this was the consequence of that. We're not dead yet, Bjorn muttered, still dazed. I may not have been able to save him. I may have not been able to save my family from their fate, but I'm this group's protector, and I'll ensure you all make it out of here, alive, outside of my fate. He grasped the hilt of his sword. He might have been weakened some from their encounter, yet that fire, that drive for control in his life still burned within Bjorn like coals in a furnace. Augustus looked at him. What's our move then? We can't stay here forever. It'll find us. Simple. I get us out of here through the door. Meanwhile, you all watch me as... No. Finn's words were blunt, and it caught even Bjorn off. What? I'll stay behind and draw attention to myself. I got us into this mess, Bjorn. You all may try to argue with me, but I did. I failed as a leader. I let my trust drive my decisions. And now, Gunther's dead. But you know what I can do? Be a leader. And let my brothers, my comrades live. A leader puts others first, not themselves. Bjorn didn't know what to say. Albin and Augustus sat in shock as well at the declaration. Albin thought he felt tears in his eyes. Finn went to stand and Bjorn grabbed his arm. Finn, you can't. His voice was weepy, as if he were to burst into tears. After all these years worth of companionship and travel. That's how a leader dies, my friend. For the sake of others. But I'm supposed to protect you. If I can't protect my family, if I can't protect Gunther, and if I can't protect you, what am I? You're a man, Bjorn. A mere man, a strong man, but not a god. Even without me, there's Albin and Augustus. They have lives to live still. They're young. You and I, friend. We've seen so much. I find it's my time. My time to embrace the mare of death before me. Bjorn looked at him. Years streaming through his mind like the tears did down his face. Then he embraced Finn. For them, I suppose. I'll never forget you, Finn. Mark my words. Never. I expect as much, Bjorn. He removed himself from his friend's gasp and went to the threshold of the doorway. I'll head out first toward where I think we were heading. You circle back and get them to that door. Understood? Bjorn nodded, whipping tears from his eyes. Albin and Augustus watched as this happened. Finn was a good man, one of the best Albin knew. Meanwhile, as Finn embraced the darkness before him, he gave a smile. For the sake of his comrades, for the sake of his morale, the drying streams of tears on his face stretched and cracked as he did so. He walked and walked, thinking of Bjorn and the group. He remembered meeting Bjorn, a man originally fighting for his parents in their noble house, and given to him as protection in a new world of possibility. The two always got along from day one. They were friends till the end, it seemed. After him came Augustus. He'd scammed Finn due to his naive nature, and Bjorn managed to catch him and threaten him into payment. Said payment was to accompany them. At first, the man was distant, but he grew accustomed to the two friends, even. And when his debt was paid, he didn't give leave. Instead, he stuck with them, allowing for a fourth member, Gunther, a quiet man from a horrid home. Finn never asked about it. If anything, he wished he did. Maybe he would have been able to cope better. Maybe. Finally, bruised and wrapped in dirty cloth, came Albin. Disgraced and forsaken, it seemed. He never told much of what occurred in his life, but he was always there, sort of balanced to the group's antics as a holy man. He wished he would have been able to know him better. He really wished he did. But at least him and Augustus got along. Those two. Inseparable. And it made Finn ponder if more was at stake in such a relationship. He wouldn't have cared. He'd have embraced it. Bjorn might have been tough on it, but 'twas his culture. He'd learn. Gunther wouldn't care. It was then he saw Gunther's corpse, dried and shriveled, the life and essence sucked away from his body. Finn looked at the dent in the wall, the one left by Bjorn. The thing was strong, yet he'd fight even in his vein for his comrades, and to attract it, he began to whistle. A familiar tune. One from his homeland of Hibernia. The tale of the dun cow. He whistled it, as such a tale was told to him in song. He whistled as loud as possible, for such a song was about seemingly impossible odds, even for a great warrior. Yet Guy of Warwick slew it. Such was to be this beast, he thought, and said beast emerged. Jingle, jingle. It followed the sound of song, and even in darkness and low light, Finn saw its silhouette running forward. For Warwick was saved, not by him, but his comrades. Those last thoughts, that always present smile, were what Finn took to the grave. And even within his final moments, he never let it falter. Bjorn looked about each corner carefully as the trio progressed. They were silent, not daring to make any sort of noise out of fear of being spotted or found. The dim, orangish light of their candles gave an eerie glow to the place, painting all in a demonic orange like that of a hellfire. It was then they saw it. The door, still there. There was hope. Bjorn looked around and approached quietly, Albin and Augustus not far behind. Bjorn took a deep breath and popped his knuckles before he placed his fingers between the crack of the door and its frame. He began to pull. Its stone not moving an inch. He tried harder and harder, yet it didn't give way toward him. He removed his fingers and felt a primal rage consume him. No, he thought. He wouldn't allow for Finn's final wish to be disregarded. He was going to get them all out of here, protect them. He backed away from the door before putting his full weight and shoulder. Then he began to ram it like a mighty goat. He did this again and again, and it didn't give in any sort of way. Finally, he took one last run toward it, and as he hit it, he felt his shoulder bones break, the sound of their snapping marrow echoing through the endless halls. He collapsed onto the ground in a heap, falling backwards. Albin and Augustin were on him within minutes. "Are you alright?" Augustus asked. Bjorn gritted his teeth and said through them, "It won't budge." "What?" Albin asked. "Nothing worked. We've been set up. By the gods, my vision was right. We're going to die." He began to chuckle at that. "We're going to die," he laughed. "We're going to die," he cackled madly as he rolled about the ground. Albin tried to say something but was blocked out by his mad speech. "We're going to die. Die, I tell you, die." And he'd finally lost it. After years and years of loss, after years of losing those around him, Bjorn finally snapped. First was his family, killed in cold blood by a roaming band of raiders that were rampaging across Nordr. Then came his comrades at war, killed by blades, catapults, spears, and impaling through their entire bodies, exiting out of their mouths and chests. Then came Gunther. Then came Finn. Now he'd failed his last wish. His last ask of him. A failure he was. A loser in the fight against fate. Oh, he always was. He never could win. And fate laughed at him as he flailed about madly. He rolled about, mad and a failure. "Bjorn!" Augustus yelled. He didn't listen. Instead, he cackled a maniacal laugh. Albin shook his head as he looked down at his once stoic and sane comrade. Simple in word and blunt. Blunt he was now, yet madly so, and now all he could do was watch as he'd been reduced to nothing within mere minutes of loss. You'd think a mercenary would be used to it. Loss, tragedy, war. Yet Bjorn, despite it all that Albin had heard of his experiences, wasn't. It was then Albin heard a sound. Jingle. Jingle. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that, guys. I don't know what I'm saying. It approached. "Bjorn, snap out of it. Protect us. We're still here, and we will find another way." Albin was done trying to be quiet. "Don't you see? We're dead, all of us, everything. I see that damned mare within my nightmares. Oh, does it bring such? Does it bring death? Oh, by the gods, does it? Fate is sealed. What's the point in trying? We're dead, Albin. We're going to die. His breath was slowing, His breath was slowing, and he merely gave rough coughs in place of laughs. Augustus and Albin looked at him and to each other. Albin felt his breath catching in his throat as the beast approached. They couldn't leave him here. Yet, it seemed convinced that his time was over, and Albin understood that. He turned to Augustus and gave him a look. We can't, Albin, His mind is made up. Our lives are at stake within seconds now. We must hurry. He cut him off. Augustus looked to Albin and Bjorn. He turned to Bjorn, saying, Farewell, comrade. I'm glad to have been indebted to you and Finn. He grabbed Albin's hand and they ran. To where? They didn't know. As for Bjorn, he looked at Fate, to which Fate took the form of a beastly cadaver. It was then he realized the connection. He laughed weakly at his stupidity. The signs were there. It was the idol that Albin had never heard of. They were but horses to a slaughter, similar to those given to the Norse gods. He knew his fate. He knew his failures. In death, in the face of fate, he laughed. He laughed at the idol. He laughed at fate. He laughed at his death. And as the idol lowered itself upon Bjorn, he saw what he could have been. A protector, a defier of fate. Yet such was impossible. And he knew it, so he laughed. He laughed till his lungs shriveled like his skin. The two ran, Augustus and Albin, a man of trickery and moral dubiousness, and a man of cloth and righteousness. Funny how it worked out. Funny it was how they were drawn to one another. Yet, Albin couldn't bring himself to defy his fate. He knew the consequences of such. He knew the world at large. Yet that voice in his head, telling him to embrace it, spoken by Eden and another before her. The two ran and ran till finally they saw a room and ducked into it. Albin's handle caught light. Albin's handle light wasn't able to see everything, yet its flicks of embers shone off the iconography within the room. Bits of church decor and the candles that had been placed recently and ages before. The coffins of others lay parallel to each other on each side of the room. A circle was painted in red upon the ground in between them. Within it a cross, and severed objects that lay about, rotted and mummified into almost nothing. Then it hit Albin. Blood. Sacrifice. That thing, that ornate cadaver was the idol. They collapsed upon the ground, their energy spent. They'd run and run, hoping to outrun the beast and its seemingly deadly gaze. The two were silent, not daring to speak, to conserve breath. Albin had a hard time looking at Augustus. He didn't know what to say now. If these were their final moments, he wondered if he should truly express himself to him, tell him how he felt, his confliction, possibly indulge within such sinful desire one last time before their passing. The last was impossible to Albin. He shook his head silently, yet he spoke. Augustus? He turned his head. Yeah? Albin tried to contemplate what to say. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? A look of recognition crossed his face. I'm sorry for not reciprocating. I do love you, I'll say it. I love you and I'm sorry I didn't express it sooner. It's just my faith, my trauma. I can't bring myself to know such a word would condemn me if I were to love you. I'm sorry. I do love you. I love you too, Augustus said. Albin looked over at him. He gave a weak smile. I'll say it as much as I can. I love you too. I show my hands and I forgive you. I relent. If we don't make it out of this, I want to say it like you did. I love you too, no matter what. Albin fell silent and could only stare into Augustus's eyes. He imagined what their life together would look like if they somehow got out of here. Live isolated in the woods. Work farmland, possibly. It'd be just the two of them. Their love for each other, fuel for an ever-burning fire. It was then Albin heard that scream, saw those flames in the corner of his eyes. It was sinful. That was it. There was no other retort. It was sinful, and he should feel bad because that was what was said. It was not to be questioned. And as Albin felt those feelings rush back, he heard it. Urgh, jingle. Urgh, jingle. The idol was approaching. Albin glanced quickly to Augustus, who seemed petrified by fear. He looked about the room, and Augustus only looked on in fear and confusion at such an action. Then he saw it. The coffin. He moved the granite lid, the noise of stone against stone echoing throughout the room, and Albin looked inside. No one was within. He looked to Augustus and took his hand. Albin, no, you can't just... Augustus. He looked at Albin. I'm not going to let you see me die. I'd rather you not have to see that if that's the case. I'd rather you be safe than me. I'm the one deserving of the beast's mark. I'm the one left scared and broken. You're not. You still have life to live. If I can not love you, I'll save you. Augustus had tears in his eyes. Today was the most Albin had seen the group cry. It was the most he had in a long time. He felt tears stream down his face, his breath shaky. He helped Augustus into the coffin, and before he closed it, he said, I love you. I love you too, Augustus said. Then he moved the lid shut, sealing the coffin. Albin looked at the door's threshold. He saw an approaching shadow in the dim candlelight and unsheathed his blade like he had before. He placed the candle upon the coffin and waited. Jingle. Jingle. It got closer and closer until finally, the idol stood at the doorway, staring at Albin. Its head shifted and crooked about as if to admire its prey. Albin began to back away and the beast approached, and before he knew it, the two steps were in sync. The two were in a dance. Their steps correlated about the bloodied circle and cross as they moved, walking and readying themselves to pounce as if a predator circling another. Albin's life felt his fingers dig into his hand as he tightly grasped his sword's hilt. The idol's chain rattled and jangled, a haunting melody of death and despair. He wouldn't let it get anywhere near Augustus. Even if it cost his life, he wouldn't let it. And as Albin readied himself, the idol lunged and knocked him to the ground, bashing his head off of one of the nearby stone coffins. Albin felt a sharp sting in his skull, yet his adrenaline drowned out the pain. It was then the sickly, sweet lifeblood of his body began to drip from his head wound. He held his blade up within his arms, the idol fighting against his force upon the blade to get low enough. It was getting closer and closer to Albin's face. He began to see into the glass. He saw its horrid and decayed face and its features. He felt a will to let go, yet he fought it, but the idol only seemed to push his blade down further, and as it did, Albin saw something within the glass besides that face. As those in the church left to start their day and week anew, Father Abe noticed the man, a straggler compared to the rest. He stood, clutching the pew's top as he waited for him to notice him. What doth thou do standing here, sir? The priest asked. I am here to confess, Father, the man said. He looked at the man. He'd noticed his condition since he'd walked in. Broken, bruised, exiled, it seemed. Yet every man deserves such a right. Very well, sir. Follow me. The man followed Father Abe, past the altar, past the shelves of books into a nearby hallway, in which a small wooden confession booth sat. The priest stepped in one side, the man the other. The two were silent for a moment. Father Abe wondered how to begin before he managed to think of something to say. Tell me, son, what troubles thou? He asked. Father, I come to repent, the man said. For what such sin? The man was quiet for a moment, trying to think of what to say. Take thy time. Everyone needs thy time. Everyone has plenty of it. Finally, after what seemed minutes of silence, the man spoke. I am a sodomite. I slept with a man, to which I was punished by my father and his clergy. My partner burned. I given to the beasts and flame below. The priest was taken aback. By the Lord's mercy, he said, I ask of you, Father, what can I do? I can't help but like those of my ilk. Those of man, what can I do? Father Abe took a minute to think. Such was inhuman in his eyes. The deaths of those for whom they loved. It made him sick. God wouldn't have approved of such. Jesus would have wept at such torturous fates. He didn't agree with it. He didn't think it was normal. But he knew such was just how some felt. Nothing, sir. I don't agree with your choices, who they love. But as is human nature, such is thy choice. Thee cannot decide such for another man. Such brutality is no answer. Understanding should have been what was key. The man was silent, contemplating. I assure thou that such is thy choice. No one else's, not mine, not your father's, not even God's. For thou should be who they wish. Tell me, what is thy name, sir? The man was still silent. It took him a long time to even speak. Albin. As those words rang throughout Albin's head, he finally knew what he saw within that glass. A reflection. His face. Himself, bleeding and fighting. This thing was what he could be if he lost himself to what others wanted. This was who he could become. What he could become. such is thy choice. No one else's. Not mine. Not your father's. Not even God's. Albin drove his blade upward, and with all his might he cleaved the blade of his sword into the idol's neck flesh, and with a leftward swipe he sent its head flying into the air. But finally it fell upon the ground with a crack and the hollow sound of metal against stone. Albin sat up, his breath quick and hard to control. He'd killed it, he'd won. He touched his head wound with one of his hands and it stung. He pulled away and saw a glob of blood about it. He gave a laugh of acceptance. Embrace. He stood up, his movement wobbly, and with the same might he pushed the coffin open. Augustus looked up at Albin, and before he could react, he embraced him in a large hug. The two souls intertwined, the two souls infatuated with one another. It had been days since their venture into this place. Maybe weeks. Albin didn't know. Augustus didn't know. The sun never shined within this place, nor did the million eyes of the god above them. Instead, it was replaced by an eternal dark, an eternal mask to lull those heavy, distressed eyes into a comatose slumber, to finally embrace such tire, to finally embrace such slumber. They tried to find an escape, yet they knew such was impossible, and they were at a disadvantage if someone did come down here. It was over the course of a few days they held one another close. They laid about the cold, hard ground that was littered with webs and dust, attempting to ensure one another's warmth. They talked a lot, surprisingly. In a way, Albin felt it was the last few conversations they'd ever share together. They talked of their past, their ambitions before this, what little they really had, their comrades and their fates. By those final few hours, they began to randomly laugh. Within it became a prevalent madness that burned at their eyes and their skin. At the ends of their throats, they laughed and laughed, giving a mad cackle as they embraced one another, falling to the ground. One last time. This time they'd do it for their sake, for if they didn't, they would have another chance. They wouldn't have another chance. They were gods of this tomb now, everything beneath them in intelligence and manner. They ruled it now, having beheaded its previous monarch, its previously worshipped messiah, and they took his place. They were bound by no rules, no judgment from others, for they ruled, and all that was below them were but vermin. And the dead. And it was then, through laughs and labored breath, they finally danced, one last hurrah within their final moments. They danced and danced, partaking in one another's essence and gaze as they did. That love apparent from both sides, that doomed union, that oh so doomed love, a maddening dance of such feelings and emotions so raw it was laborious for them. They danced and they danced, a mad dance. They were no longer men bound by their constraints, by society's expectations, by God's views and words, but by their emotions. For in this land, they danced, and danced in this buried place till they could dance no more, till the air left their lungs and their momented passion left them sweating and clinging about one another, about the ground as they took their final laborious breaths as they laughed. It was then they kissed, so passionately, so lovingly, for even in this dying place, their love would endure. For even in heaven amongst judgment, it would endure. For even in hell amongst torturous centuries, their love would endure. For in every land, 'twas where mad gods danced. The end. I love that ending. I love that even within death, there's a happy ending here. And it's beautiful. I think the story, I'm impressed by how, even at so young, you're able to write. And let me know if it's bothering you. I keep being like, so young, so young. You're a good writer whether you're young or not, right? But even at your age, right, you're able to write so effectively in an old tongue, right? You're clearly conveying that this is the past without telling us that it's the past. Your diction is strong. You're using the right words. It feels like the past, which is good. The story's set in the past. I also think the story has a very strong message about what kind of Christianity there should be, right? Personally, I'm not Christian. I separate myself from that religion, but I I think there are great Christians out there who accept all people and understand that, I mean, there's nothing wrong with, you know, loving who you love, right? There's nothing wrong with it at all, right? And I think that's how all people of all religions should be. And I think it's nice that even if it's not entirely realistic, I mean, what about fiction has to be realistic? It's nice that even in this past time, you know, hundreds of years in the past, we have a priest who is okay with them being gay, who accepts them, people around them who accept them. And it's really beautiful. Yeah, Plague, well, I'll get you on in a few weeks. I'd say like the beginning of March, because I'm interviewing the author of If It Bleeds, It Breeds, or It Breeds, It Bleeds, It Breathes next week. And then I want to do like a couple weeks of stories. And then after that, we can get you in here. We can talk about where mad gods dance and things like that. And people can ask you questions about, you know, how long you've been writing and all these cool questions about this world you've created. I'm curious, Plague, what are you working on now? And what other stories have you written outside of this? Don't give too in-depth of an answer because we don't want to we don't want to spoil anything. Yeah, what did everyone else think of this? I'm really glad. I feel like I've been kind of edged a little bit. It's been like a month of waiting to see Augustus and Albin kiss, right? It was like, what, 3 weeks ago that we read part 1, and they came so close to doing it then, and we didn't get this until now. Right? And we got what we wanted. And it's beautiful that even through so much turmoil, they are able to have each other and find love within each other and be happy even at the end, right? Event where mad gods dance. I love that. That's good. All right, so we're going to jump into the next story. So, guys, last stream... Yeah, let me say that again. Cool, like, I'm excited to see what you do next. Every time you write something, man, let me know. Whether or not it's on stream, I'll give it a read. And if you ever want, like, feedback, or you ever just want to talk about the story, like, always ask me. I'm happy to help you. Anyone who's passionate about writing, I'd love to read their work and talk to them about it, provide feedback if I can. But yeah, guys, let me actually... Well... If you put !schedule in the chat, you get a link to the schedule. Within that schedule, you can go to the top. The top link in there is a story by Plague. You can go and check his profile and read all the rest of the parts of the story. It's essentially a novella at this point at the link that it's at, which is incredible that you're able to... Like, when I was your age, I was... Dude, I hadn't even started writing yet when I was your age. So to have a novella at this point, amazing. I hope you just keep writing, keep grinding, keep making art. But yeah, like, read the rest, guys. I know I kind of spoiled the ending at this point, but there's a lot more to the story that is definitely worth reading. Okay, Republic. I mean, like, Reddit stories, like it's on Reddit, right? This isn't in a book or a magazine. If you were gonna publish it professionally, right, you go through it and we could correct all those errors, right? But for something like this, I don't care if there's, like, everything is gonna have, like, on Reddit, everything's gonna have, like, some typos, some run-on sentences, fragments, comma splices, whatever, right? It's okay. But yeah, Creepcast events, I think there's been a couple They haven't been anywhere near where I live. Unfortunately, I don't have the means to like travel to like another state for a Creepcast event. But if they ever do one in Louisiana or Texas and I can drive there, I will be there. And I hope to go to one day. And maybe anyone else who can go, we can meet up and have a little, we'll go to dinner or something. We'll get IHOP or something, I don't know. Yeah, like let's be honest, guys. No one really cares outside of scholars. If the story is readable, no one really cares that the grammar isn't perfect. No one cares. No one cares there's a few typos. What we latch onto is stories. No one reads something and says, oh my god, the grammar was so amazing. Now we can find beautiful sentences and think, you know, the sentences are beautiful, right? Because there's lots of beautiful sentences that are just so pretty. And make us, I think of like John Williams or even like Poe, Hemingway. You just write like incredible sentences. But like when we're reading a story on Reddit, we're here for the story. And for someone who has a talent writing characters and world building and things of that nature. So, when you fell from grace, did you ever consider the crash? Part 2. What we're doing here, guys, I think this is an 8-part series. We're gonna read part 2 today. We're not gonna read anything else on stream, but what I would say is if you enjoy this story, go check it out on Reddit, upvote it, and read the rest of the series. Because I think it's a really great story, from what I've read so far. When you fell from grace, did you ever consider the crash? Part 2. The Descent. A feeling compelled Ashki to inch closer to the very tall figure, forcing him to his knees in a humiliating display of control. For an uncomfortably long procession, the cloaked thing scanned the fallen sun, trying to understand the person that kneeled before it. Then it spoke with a million whispers that were not its original. What did it feel like? Confused, Ashki replied, What? It continued on. What did it feel like to hold the highest privilege Diane could have bestowed upon his first son, only to throw it all away because it wasn't high enough in honor for you, fallen one? Ashki stammered. How do you know that? How do you know my father? Where did you learn this? I knew the moment you set foot on my realm. I grew to understand you the longer you remained. I looked inside that pretty little head of yours while you slept. The figure announced, continuing on. I have never had the privilege or the honor of having a being of such power like yourself in the bowels of my court. My apologies. Let us become more acquainted. The noiseless, sightless emptiness fluttered away like pages, and with the new scenery became a banquet filled with delicacies and desserts. Millions of candles illuminated the hall that contained a single long table. Ashki, seated, had never felt hungry. He didn't need to eat. But when presented with this mystery feast, he was overwhelmed by a starving pain. However, he did not give in to the unknown hunger. He would rather starve himself than bend another knee. But the figure sat at the other end of the table and took its time picking through the lush fruits and the fattest livers. It then started to poke and prod at its guest's mind, all while striking up conversation with Ashki. You know this place was not originally mine, although it was built in my honor. No, instead it was a gift by worshippers, such peculiar objects. They did construct it in a matter of centuries, busy little bees. In the beginning, I made my home in the pages of a book. It's safer than living loud. Too many unpredictable factors to account for. So I stayed and made myself comfortable for years on end. That was until the book started to rot. Of course, I mended it when the pages dissolved into dust, but then my home was becoming an unlikable literary hub. The ban wasn't nearly as bad as the burning. So many corridors were lost. My loftly abroad was shrinking. In a panic, I compelled the author to hide the last copy in a safe within his deposit. Ashki was half listening, spending his remaining strength split between breaking free and guarding his mind from prying fingers. Although he was curious to learn more about the foe that sat across from him, maybe he'd gather something important for later. When the cloaked thing finished gathering his plate, he fixed his white handkerchief around what was assumed to be its neck. But why was it so low from its pale mask? The reason was revealed when teeth manifested from where its throat should have been. They sat on jaws that were not there, and the food was inhaled rather than chewed. Yet it wiped at its mouth, and nothing was caught by the napkin. The cloaked entity carried on with its tail. I sat in the dark for decades alone with my thoughts and the words on the pages. Did I mention I loved poems? Anyhow, I would read those works of art religiously. The author knew how to draw in the reader. I would wonder why he wrote them, and that turned to me wondering why I existed, especially long before this book was ever a concept. But then it hit me like a ton of bricks. I was to make this fictional narrative a truth. I dedicated my time to exercising my reach by spreading to the author's checks, his stamps, and eventually his ledger. When the bank took up inventory, I leapt from page to page until I inhabited a library. It was paradise to me. I wasted no time in spreading my influence. I crept in the background and made my own edits to the books. Years passed on and my library was thrown into turmoil. I almost didn't survive the disaster, said the entity. Ashki maintained his guard. Why was it telling him its story? Minutes ago, the entity had Ashki at its mercy, and now the two were conversing? It didn't make sense at all to reveal itself in this way, almost like it wanted to be understood as well. Ashki's trail of thought was interrupted when the cloaked thing spoke once more. By the time my library survived the conflict, a new technology was created. It opened so many doors for me. No longer was I confined to books. Now I could go anywhere, but my first run-in with the interconnected web was limited, to say the least. There was no such thing as microcomponents in my universe. Everything was bulky. Rooms were dedicated to such small containers of information. The world was under totalitarian rule, that same kind that stunted innovation and killed creativity. No sort of improvements came from the web, but still, I spread to every bank of knowledge. I made followers out of the web who had access, and I poured into their minds, securing a safety measure against erasure. For a time, I gathered the limited knowledge there was, and I grew with every feeding. Many came to worship me when I was still an infant, and my servers filled with accumulated information. I influenced many to improve upon the technology so that I might grow even more. However, nuclear holocaust came knocking and wiped out the race I had come to depend on. The last living being died writing a book in my honor. I spent untold years waiting for the web to crash, for my corridors to collapse once again, and for my long-awaited death at the hands of a war-torn world. You could imagine my surprise when I did not die. That book saved me, and better yet, it freed me from my imprisonment to paper, to code, and to thought. I was in the material realm. So many worshippers had made a physical body for me, and I was free to roam the empty world. I was confused, Ashki. How could the entity already have had an existence? He had to know more, so Ashki asked the thing a series of questions pertaining to its origin. He asked, "How are you still here?" Continuing with, "This realm is devoid of any detectable life, yet you speak of worshippers constructing you a court, innovative creatures, and a war that could only have been started by mortal hands?" The entity lamented. "That was so long ago, so far from here, and with such different circumstances." Ashki inquired, "How long?" By this point, the entity straightened itself, fixed its crown, and began to start again. "Do you know how your father came into existence?" "You don't, but I do." The same spark that spawned him was the crescendo to an intro that bridged from a soul-crushing outro. The universes all die. It's in their destiny to die. The eventuality of it all is something I had experienced over and over again. The heat death of my universe was something that drove me to tears. For quadrillions upon quadrillions of years, I basked in all matter of bleakness. I have thought every thought. I have experienced every madness. I have bathed in darkness a trillionfold, and I endured it all by myself, until snap! The cycle repeated, and I witnessed the stars ignite. Billions of worlds sprouted like weeds, and within 500 billion years, I saw the planet that gave birth to me. Ashki, now more scared than ever, couldn't bring himself to ask another question. This is a mistake, and Ashki ignored every sign that hung above him. Wine manifested onto the table from the void beneath the yellow cloak. It took out a goblet and poured itself a full drink. Suddenly, a similar cup wormed itself into the hands of Ashki. The entity spoke with great enthusiasm. I must have experienced 3 deaths of the universe before I gathered up enough courage to venture out beyond the borders of my encased world. Then I saw it. Infinity. The sort that would be kind to me if I spent insurmountable years reading, eating, observing, and counting. I made followers of monsters, drove many mad, and put to death any who might come seeking me with ill intentions. I am older than old, ancient beyond my years, and still I remain emboldened by my perseverance. It raised its cup, a toast to destiny. As it is written, so it shall be. The drink evaporated into the void, then it broke the uncomfortable silence. I know why you're here. The radiation the court emits is tantalizing to any who can sense it, smell it, taste it, but you yourself are not strong enough to wield it. It will rip and tear at your tethers until a void is built in your place. Ashki summoned all his strength and broke from his chains. He scraped together the last shreds of courage and screamed out, "What would you know about me? My struggles, my hardships, my rightful glory? You will give me what I desire." Almost immediately, Ashki made himself as tall as a mountain and attempted to intimidate the masked foe. The cloaked entity stared deep into the fiery giant's eyes and stated, "Nice illusion, but it won't help you here. If you truly desire my acquired knowledge, then maybe you aren't fit to rule or wield the reins of creation." Ashki charged at the false king with speed unheard of, but before he closed in on his target, darkness fell upon his sight. Ashki was unconscious yet again. In his state, the landscape became distorted. The sky shimmered like panels of yellow glass. The ground was overgrown with many sorts of shrubbery. A path lay ahead of him. Downtrodden by recent activity, Ashki was hesitant to walk it. He sat on a stone below a small tree, weighing his options. On one hand, he could wait until he woke back up, and on the other, he could humor the situation by following the path. His decision was made for him when a black, woolly dog came trotting towards him. I looked at Ashki with joy. The dog came up close to Ashki and rested its head on his lap. For the first time, he put aside his borders and pet a stray dog. Eventually, the creature pulled the fallen one by the tunic and led him on the downtrodden path. Many hours passed in the meantime, walking from the tree along knee-high grass to a street in the distance. Lined by yellow bricks, the street connected to a lively city, where the people were going about their lives. Ashki walked into town and observed his surroundings with anxiety. The truth about this place was still unknown to him. However, he recognized his citizens as animated statues making their commutes and passing Ashki as if he did not fit out of place. The dog happily walked down the street, passing large complexes. He couldn't help but follow. A song began to play in his head. It was just low enough that Ashki couldn't hear the lyrics, but loud enough that it played in his head, that it rhythmically pulsed in his ears. The dog sat at the steps of a red brick building. It had windows only on its face, but the strangest of all was the address number. It had symbols that didn't resemble any letters or numbers Ashki had seen. This only added to his apprehension to go in. But the dog pushed him through the door on the bottom left side corner. The inside dimensions did not line up with the outside, for the halls extended to the left where there were no rooms on the exterior. Inside, the first story, the black dog led Ashki to a room at the end of the anomalous hall. In it, he saw a family photo of himself and a Teed. Just between them was a bundled up baby. It had her eyes and his hair. The scene made Ashki angry. So much so, he threw the framed photo at a wall, watching as the frame broke and the glass shattered. Why should he mourn her if she was just a thing to him? The audacity to incite sympathy for her when she was the one that ruined everything. Ashki tore at the room, peeling the wallpaper, ripping out the framework, and breaking in the windows. In his rage, Ashki's ears rang when the song soared in volume. He cupped his ears in a futile attempt to protect from the noise. Minutes passed and the volume decreased, but the ringing attempt to protect... Sorry. Let me restart that paragraph, guys. In his rage, Ashki's ears rang when the song soared in volume. He cupped his ears in a futile attempt to protect from the noise. Minutes passed and the volume decreased, but the ringing remained. He just laid there tired from how he wasn't in control of anything. Not his kingdom, not his title, not his life, and not his environment. He closed his eyes, hoping, praying that the entity release him from this torment. But it was just the beginning of his troubles. Ashki had his hearing fade back into focus after the pleas failed to reach anything. Now he could hear clearly, but it was not to his benefit. Laughter bounced off the walls of the narrow corridor in a choir of mockery. Ashki didn't want to meet them, but the obnoxious laughter irritated him just as much. if not more than the ringing. Ashki sheepishly confronted the source of the belittling symphony. The townspeople gathered outside the red brick building, pointing at Ashki, laughing at his face. Despite their lack of facial features, the crowd continued to mock him. Ashki yelled out to the community, barely hiding his shaky voice. "Stop it!" Then he continued on. "This isn't funny," said the irritated Ashki. The crowd grew more encouraged to mock his tears and wiped their mopey faces. "I will not be made weakling by talking stone." They continued on, growing in numbers and volume. "You just don't understand it, do you? I am not at fault. All of the things that transpired were not my doing. I am still righteous, but none of you would know anything about that." Silence. No more voices. Instead, all spoke in unison. "All of your accomplishments and all of your congratulations, and yet you still can't see it?" They remarked. "You broke all of his rules, and you still get fussy when no one adheres to yours?" Questioning his compass. "Why should anyone listen to you when you could not seem to listen to yourself?" They snarled. "You're just a pitiful excuse of a son." Ashki commanded. "Stop it." The combined voices cut through the air. "A brat." "I'm warning you," Ashki cried. The crowd barked. "A hypocrite." Ashki could not hide his anger. "Shut up!" They picked even deeper. "A pathetic waste." Anger panic consumed him. "Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up!" Their voices jumbled together. "I can't hear you," Ashki pleaded. "Enough!" The mob demanded. "Speak louder!" His voice hoarse out. "Quiet!" They continued. "I can't hear you." He made his case known. "I am the Dawn. I am the righteous hand of Dien. I carved out heaven and built it into a kingdom. I am the rightful ruler of creation." A mixed anger response boomed. "Wrong answer." Ashki fell on his heel when the crowd screamed out and descended through the floor to a dark abyss. He landed on his stomach in a yellow field of rye just in time to watch the night sky gleam to life. Ashki couldn't see anything in the distance, not a single outline or even a silhouette, but he felt worse when no one was around. The crushing loneliness set in. Ashki buried his face in his arms in an attempt to find comfort. None came. He knew the dangers of leaving himself unguarded, but he didn't care. At least not now. He just wanted to disappear into his own darkness and forget about this painful predicament. But the sound of whooshing caught his attention, for the night sky was dancing beautifully. Fire fell from the skies, stars blitzed across the horizon, and the moon rained light upon the face of the world. Ashki, his eyes full of tears, wept at this amazing sight. It brought both good and bad memories back to him. His head instantly floored with imagery of the first moment Diane and Ashki looked upon the face of Tenerife and beckoned in the light. How he longed for his father's approval ever since, trying always to one-up himself with creations, with palaces, and with the marvels he added to the landscape of Tenerife. But he always had to compete against the hosts of heaven and tiny specks or his father's love which blanketed the whole of creation. Ashki grew jealous. That jealousy grew into wrath. That wrath became pride, and pride became his undoing. Why? Why couldn't you just love me, Father? With all your heart? I didn't want it to come to this. I was forced to fight for my children, and I knew it would only end if one of us fell. I lost, and still I lived. Why? Why didn't you just end me? I became dangerous, and I hurt my family. Please, Father, kill me. Just do it. As the moon fell behind the field of rye, the sun rose to bathe everything in its light. Ashki saw in the distance a familiar figure. His wings curled to his sides and he walked on talons. The feathered creature called out to Ashki. "Brother, is that really you?" The beautiful red-tailed hawk addresses his lost kin, not with spite, not with anger, not with hate. He only wanted to know that his older brother was really himself. Ashki broke down and ran to embrace the brother he lost in the war to usurp the throne. "I'm sorry," Ashki stifled. "I'm so sorry, little brother. I got my only sibling, whoever understood me, killed." "It really is you, Ashki," the hawk said. "You don't even know how long I've missed you. The world lost a core piece of itself when you died." He whimpered. The hawk asked, "How did I die, dear brother?" "You and I, my host of rebellion. We lost the war in heaven," he claimed. The hawk asked, "What caused the war?" Ashki thought about telling his brother the truth. He really did, but pettiness clouded his judgment. He lied to the brother he got killed because of his ego and pride, I think. "Father hit me unprovoked. I didn't want you to see it, but things spiraled out of proportion. I didn't mean to rope you or all of my children into my mistake, but Father forced my hands. Now we are forced to walk the endless walk. The hawk looked at Ashki, and when he leaned in for a hug, convincing Ashki his ploy had worked, the younger brother whispered in his ear, "Liar." Interesting. Oof. What do you guys think of this one? I liked it. It's a very interesting concept. I've really never read anything like this before, but I know that I forget, where are you from? Oof, excuse me, Republic. Where are you from? Because I imagine it might be a kind of culture difference, like all these gods and things that I've never heard of. It's really, really interesting, and I love kind of like the messaging of moving on from toxic family, and this like very cosmic Lovecraftian way that is, it's really strong writing and really creative. King in Yellow, that's right, I remember that being mentioned. I need to do some research about King in Yellow. It's really, really interesting idea to me. Yeah, this one, like, I enjoyed it, but I don't even know what to say about it because it's so different from anything I've read before. And it's kind of hard to imagine where the story like takes place. As most of you know, I have aphantasia, so I can't actually like picture things in my head, but still trying to like decide, like just thinking like in logical terms, like what does everything look like? It's hard because I've never read anything like this. But it's good. I really like it. And it was an enjoyable read. Hey, Rosie, how are you doing? Glad to see you in here. We're going to be reading your story in a little bit. If you want to look at or I'll pull up the schedule. So we just finished When You Fell from Grace. Did you ever consider the crash? Part 2 of 8. Of course, you can go to Republic's Reddit account and read the rest, which I definitely recommend you do because it's a really strong story, and really fun. And the first part gives a little bit more context, so I can see how this might actually be hard to follow if if you hadn't read that part. But it's really strong writing, really good. And yeah, Republic, of course, there's like a lot of grammatical issues, but that is the least important thing when it comes to writing. You can always go back and fix that. And honestly, it didn't hurt the readability at all. So don't worry about that. That's okay. Hypno is such a great guy. I'm sure he'll watch the YouTube video and stuff. And even if he did, I mean, you know, I just appreciate him letting me read his story, everything like that. But yeah, there's like 6 more parts of this, and then 7 if you didn't read the first part. So definitely like go check out Republic's Reddit and read the rest of it if you enjoyed that. The next story we're gonna read is She Should Have Listened by The Other Republic, which should be fun. This one, what I really like about this one, I haven't read it yet, of course, but She Should Have Listened just gives me the vibe of like, this is gonna be, and of course it's on Short Scary Stories, but it's gonna be like a short and sweet, like scary story. And this is one that we're not gonna dive deep into characters, we're not gonna dive deep into plot and imagery and all these things. We're gonna get in, I just knocked over my microphone and slammed my slammed my keyboard. Oh my goodness. Okay. We're back. Okay. We're gonna get in, we're gonna get scared, and we're gonna get out. So I'm excited to see where this goes. Is the cropping messed up on the... No, it's fine. Okay. We're gonna get in, we're gonna get scared, and we're gonna get out. So these are like the perfect, I mean, I haven't read this yet, but like this length is like the perfect length for reading stuff on stream, because as I've said before, it can be hard to like get really locked in on a story when I'm reading out loud. But when I'm able to just get into like a quick story, the plot is straightforward, we get in, we get scared, we get out, I'm locked in. Yeah, I'm clumsy as hell. Exactly. In and out, in and out, in and out. All right. That was weird. I'm sorry, guys. Forgive me. All right. She Should Have Listened by Cassidy, aka Witch Republic, or 558. She should have listened. I want to get a new roommate. This girl is insufferable. First, I clean all of the dishes, because she says that she's allergic to cleaning. Ah, hell no. This is already scary. This is already fucking terrifying. A roommate who's allergic to cleaning? First of all, impossible. I mean, at least make it believable. Say you're allergic to Dawn dish soap. Say you're allergic to... Come on, dude. I've lived with someone who's allergic to cleaning. Not actually. But acting like they were. Not fun. I'm here for roommate horror. Roommate horror always makes me think of like a stalker or something. I don't think that's what this is, but this is already fucking scary. Allergic to cleaning is crazy. Alright. I want to get a new roommate. This girl is insufferable. First, I clean all the dishes because she says that she's allergic to cleaning. Second, she's a slob and always leaves a mess. Third, she makes me use my money on her all the time. Fourth, I have to cook and prepare all the meals because she refuses to help. Instead of having a roommate, I live with someone who has practically turned me into their babysitter. How did you end up with this stupid-ass roommate? Girl, did you hear that? She jumps out of the bed and starts looking out the window. Yeah, it's the ice cream truck. She smirks at me while her eyes give me a particular look. I already know what she wants. Okay, I'll get us ice cream. How are you letting her manipulate you like this? Her face is full of glee as she gently lays on the bed. I already know the flavor that she wants. Chocolate. I quickly grab my purse and storm out of the house. I wonder if my act of kindness will make her stop being a bitch all the time and potentially get her to want to help me out. I doubt it, though. She's a definition of no good deed goes unpunished. As I start to approach the truck, I notice something eerie. The paint is slowly falling off and looks disgusting. The music doesn't sound typical. It's the usual sound, but has subtle screaming in it. I also happen to notice a little boy. He can't be any older than 10. I can tell by reading his lips that he is asking for ice cream and is ready to hand over his money. Before the innocent little boy can get his ice cream, his body gets snatched up and pulled into the truck by a man with a hood on. His little screams of terror echo through my ears. I run away like a coward without turning back. As soon as I enter my home, my roommate jumps off the bed and looks at me like I'm a lunatic. Where's the ice cream? Why are you sweating? Her expression is full of concern. I ran away from the truck. Someone got kidnapped. Her concerned expression quickly changes to frustration. She backs away from me and grabs her purse. This neighborhood has a very low crime rate, and I've never once heard of an ice cream truck kidnapping people. Is this a sick joke? Is this what you consider a prank? That's crazy. This neighborhood has a very low crime rate. That's not possible. Come on, dude. I imagine this person like studying the crime statistics in their neighborhood in their free time because they can't clean or anything. Jesus, dude. What a fucking idiot. I open my mouth and start to explain the situation, but she cuts me off. She insists that nothing happened. She then decides that she will go buy the ice cream. No, don't. Don't go outside. Don't walk over to the truck. I hope she walks to the truck. It would be good for everyone if she gets kidnapped. She laughs and exits the house. I figured she wouldn't listen. She never believes anyone. I run over to the window and watch as she approaches the truck, left to suffer the same fate as the little boy. A chuckle escapes my mouth as I enjoy the sight of her demise. Damn, me and him really do make a great team. Yes! Oh, I love that. I love that ending. Oh my god. That means you wrote it well, Cassidy. If because the main character wants us to hate the roommate. She hates the roommate. And the whole time I'm sitting here like, why the fuck is this your roommate? Why don't you move out? Why don't you get rid of her? She has a better solution. Kill her. Kill her. And it works perfectly. That means the writing is really strong. I'm not going to lie. The entire story, I was like, okay, like, I don't really believe this. Like, who would act like this? Who would just let their roommate get away with this? Why didn't she freak out more about the ice cream truck? And now it all, that last... that last paragraph really sells it, and that was so perfect. Oh man. Also imagine like an ice cream truck that plays music with like screaming in it. I can't quite imagine what that sounds like, but that's fucking terrifying. Like, what do you guys imagine that to sound like? Like, think about it for a second. Like, imagine like the ice cream truck song. Wait, I don't even know the ice cream truck song. Like, I would know it if I heard it, but like I don't know it. But no, Nat, because it's like she said it's like the ice cream truck, but with subtle screaming. So is it just like in the background, just a ah, or is it like ah ah? Like, I need to know what that sounds like. Da 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 da. Like, is it like a constant? Is it like? But it was subtle, so it can't be blood curdling. Is it like a constant scream that's just kind of like underneath the sound? Either way, that's terrifying. Because an ice cream truck, like when you take something that's supposed to be so innocent and that we all have like positive memories of, or like positive like thoughts about, and then make it scary, that's effective horror. Oh, Cassidy, is that it? Is that it? That's brilliant if that's what it is. I'm hooked on a feeling. Is that what it is, Cassidy? It's that like they're screaming in the van, but the sound of the music is just turned up to drown it out, so it sounds like there's music in the background. Is that what it is? Because if so, that's really smart, actually. I'm glad that Nat like was able to put that together, even if that's not what you were thinking. That okay, yeah. See, this is why it's so nice to read with other people, because I didn't pick up on that. And it can be hard to pick up on stuff when I mean, I don't think I would have picked up on it anyway. We have a great reader in here who did pick up on it. That's why it's so good reading like in a team like this, because we all can kind of put our heads together and figure things out. That's so great. That's so creative. I love that. This is such a good, this story kind of hyped me up. Like the other stories they were really good, but they were so like depressing in a good way, in a way that was very like fun. Or not fun, in a way that was very enjoyable. But this one just got me like excited to keep reading. I wish you had like a few more like this. You should keep writing stories like this. Keep writing like these short, scary stories. I admire people who are able to write like these 500-word or less scary stories, because it's so hard to tell. Like, I think that's harder than writing a 10,000-word story, is writing a 500 or less one. And yeah, the key to like a super short story is like that twist, I think. Because how can you make something scary in such few words? You have to subvert our expectations. And you did that. You had us believing the story you were telling me until the very last sentence. Right? And then you subvert the expectations. That was great. Thanks so much for sharing that. It's a new story by Pickle Chips 69. Pickle Rick. Only posted 4 days ago. The town that only appears when it rains. That's a fun title. Another like classic no sleep title, I feel. All right. Are you and the kids safe at the campsite? Yeah, Julie said, her voice thinner than usual over the speaker, frayed at the edges. I can't believe I'm setting up alone. Tell Jake to put his phone down and help with the tent for once. A pause, then quieter. They keep asking when Daddy's coming. I've run out of new ways to say soon. I rub my temple. Hard enough to leave a dull ache. I'm the only one who can facilitate the switchover. Jerry's riding me, Mark's on leave till Thursday, clients screaming about the deadline. 3 days late isn't ideal, but I know, she cut in, not angry, just empty. I know. Another long sigh hissed through the line, hers this time. As soon as I wrap up, I'm on the road. Should see you all tonight. Heavy rains forecast on the 401, so hopefully my ETA doesn't slip past 1 a.m. If you're rolling that late, she said, forcing a laugh that didn't land, the kids will already be asleep. And the rain, it's already starting here. Feels heavier than it should. I glanced out the office window. The sky over the parking lot had gone the color of wet concrete, even though the radar insisted the front was still 2 hours north. A single drop tapped the glass, like it was testing whether anyone was watching. I gotta go. I'll text when I leave. We hung up. Tuesday was the plan. Me driving down after work, meeting Julie and the kids at Boulder Falls campsite. 3 days late wasn't ideal, but survivable. The day dragged. I swapped the servers. The boss grins like that fixed everything. It didn't. At 17:03, I texted her. Just finished. I'm on my way. GPS locked on Boulder Falls. Straight shot up the 401. Couple turns, 15 miles of gravel that always felt longer in the dark. I'd done it in 12 before, headlights slicing through deer eyes. Tonight I'd try for 10. Anything to make the gap between soon and here smaller. The first real drops hit the windshield as I pulled out of the lot. Not a storm yet, just a patient, steady weeping that never quite stopped. One perk of driving alone. No one to call you reckless. I call it efficient. By the time I merged onto the highway, the sky was coming undone. Clouds hung low and bruised, swallowing light. Headlights carved weak tunnels through the murk. The air tasted metallic, wet copper wiring. Trucks roared past, spray exploding off tires, each one rocking the car like something invisible brushed against it. Radio cut in and out, static, fragments of flood warnings on secondary roads. I switched it off. Silence was better. Or should have been. Mile marker 187. Still an hour out when the first drops hit heavy. Then the deluge. Wipers on high couldn't keep up. The world smeared into red taillights and black asphalt. Just weather. Julie and the kids were already there. Tint up, maybe a fire going. Jake sulking over dead signal bars. They were fine. The farther I drove, the highway began to forget me. No cars behind for long stretches, no oncoming traffic. Just me, rain, and reflective signs daring me to turn back. Half an hour onto the R12 stretch, the 401 on-ramp appeared blocked. Concrete barriers, flashing hazards, a sign hammered into wet gravel. Detour with an arrow down a narrower road I didn't recognize. GPS offered an alternate. 2 extra hours. I'd really sleep with the bears then. Another side road caught my eye, grayed out on the map, but it looked like it rejoined the 401 a few miles ahead. No delay. I took it. The second I turned, GPS froze. No reroute, no blue line, just gray screen and searching for signal, blinking like it knew I was lying. Blinking like it knew it was lying, sorry. The road wasn't empty so much as evacuated. No other cars, just me. I pushed the pedal harder. Rain hammered the roof like fists. Jolie would know. I can almost hear her voice in my head. You're being reckless again. A few miles in, the road went abruptly quiet. No lane markings, no street lights, just black tar painted with raindrops. Twin cones of headlights carving the dark. The rain thickened, not heavier, denser. The spaces between drops shrank until it felt like driving through liquid glass. Traction bled beneath the tires, slicker than water should be. I eased off the gas, cautious now, heart ticking up. And the headlights, the road ahead looked wrong. Too smooth, too straight. And far off, through the curtain of rain, something flickered yellow light, steady, like a porch lamp that had no business being there. An hour slipped past. GPS stayed dead, but the road ran straight as promised, toward the on-ramp that never appeared. No signal, no other cars, just drenched grasslands and thorn trees whipping past like skeletal hands reaching for the taillights. That's when the town happened. Ooh, what a fun sentence. The town happened. Interesting. 1 second, empty black drop. rain, trees. The next, yellow streetlights buzzing through the downpour, buildings hunched like they were trying to stay warm under the deluge. I slowed without deciding to. I looked old but not abandoned. Windows glowed behind curtains. A diner on the corner spilled orange light across the wet street, steam fogging the glass like slow breath. A gas station next door wore a peculiar haze, pumps standing like forgotten sentinels. I killed the engine and stepped out. The rain hit like a cold slap, relentless, soaking through my jacket in seconds. The town swallowed sound, no wind howl, just a steady hammer on tin roofs and the hiss of water racing down gutters carved a century ago and never cleaned. I pushed through the glass door. A bell chimed above, clear, bright, movie perfect, and the echo lingered too long in the quiet. Inside smelled of old grease, burnt coffee, and something metallic underneath, like wet pennies left in rust. A handful of locals sat scattered across red vinyl booths, faded to the color of dried blood. They didn't look up. Not really. I like the use of color there. Faded to the color of dried blood. That's something that Edgar Allan Poe does super well, is building the suspense of a story and the vibe of a story, the atmosphere, through the use of colors that don't really mean anything, but just imply a kind of dark ambiance. So I appreciate that sentence. Red vinyl booths faded to the color of dried blood. That's good. Their faces were pale, almost translucent, veins tracing blue river maps under the skin like marble shot through with ink. One man in the corner nursed black coffee that hadn't steamed in years. Another stared out the rain-streaked window with eyes so vacant they reflected nothing. Not the storm, not the diner, not me. The rain kept hammering outside, but in here, time felt thinner, like the drops were counting down, and one of them, the man by the window, finally turned his head, slow, mechanical. He looked right at me and smiled. Their faces were strange, sure, but it was the clothes that really crawled under my skin. One man wore a faded brown suit straight out of the 1950s newsreel. The woman across from him had a garish floral blouse that screamed 1970s thrift store clearance. Nothing matched, yet they moved in the same slow, synchronized rhythm, like they'd been practicing the same quiet dance for decades, centuries maybe, and I was the only one who didn't know the steps. My entrance snapped the spell. Heads turned, slow, mechanical. Dolls on strings. The silence thickened until it pressed against my ribs, heavier than the rain outside. My heartbeat suddenly sounded too loud in my ears. I slid into the booth nearest the door, closest escape. I nodded at the guy across the aisle, hoping for the bare minimum of human flicker. He turned his head, same empty gaze, pupils fixed wide. No irritation, no curiosity, just holes where eyes should reflect something back. The waitress approached before I could hide behind the laminated menu. Older than the building, maybe. Skin thin as tracing paper stretched over sharp cheekbones, red hair the color of rusted rebar, pulled back so tight it looked ready to snap. Her uniform was crisp and cut, but faded to the gray of forgotten laundry, seams frayed where decades had gnawed them thin, shoes squeaked softly on linoleum that hadn't seen a mop since the last person who remembered leaving. Coffee? Her voice was dry, like pages turning in a book no one ever opens. Sounds good, I said, polite as reflex. She lingered beside the booth, coffee pot resting against her hip like an old habit carved into bone. She didn't pour yet. You look soaked, she said. Storm came out of nowhere. Just need directions and I'll be out of your hair. Her smile didn't fade. It thinned. Stretched. Like elastic pulled too many times. Oh, there's no rush. She said it flat, eyes fixed somewhere past my shoulder on the rain. Roads aren't safe right now. I glanced at the window. Rain sheeted on the glass in uneven waves, bending the streetlights into long yellow smears, harder than before, somehow. Thicker. I've driven worse, I told her. Got family waiting. That did it. Not a gasp, not a stir. Just a subtle shift, like the room leaned an inch closer all at once. A fork paused halfway to a mouth that hadn't eaten in years. Heads tilted, almost in unison. Family, the waitress repeated, tasting the word like something rare. That's nice. She poured. The coffee came out black as oil, Surface unbroken, no steam. She topped up my cup even though I hadn't touched it. I wrapped my hands around the mug anyway. It was warm. Comfortably so. Too warm, maybe. The level in the pot never seemed to drop. A man 2 booths down finally turned in his seat. Middle-aged, hair short and neat, clothes clean but outdated, like he'd brought the whole wardrobe in 1 decade and never left it. Passing through, he asked, voice normal, friendly even. Yeah, I said. Just stopped for directions. He nodded slowly, like I'd confirmed a private bet. That's usually how it starts. I frowned. Starts? The waitress let out a quiet chuckle, dry as old paper. He means the rain. What about it? She gestured vaguely at the window. It has a way of catching people off guard. The man snorted. Catches everyone the first time. First time? I pressed. No answer. Just the rain, steady but changing. The hammer on the roof easing, drops spacing farther apart. A woman near the counter pushed up from her stool. Late 20s, maybe, but worn thin, exhaustion etched permanent. She clutched a frayed road map like a lifeline, edges soft from too many fingers. I thought it'd last longer, she said to the room. The man shook his head. You always do. Her eyes stayed on the window. It was raining so hard when he came in. The waitress followed her gaze. It still is. For now, the woman whispered. The words landed cold. I checked my phone again. No signal. No time. Just 00.00 frozen on the screen. My reflection paled and stretched in the dark glass. What time is it? I asked. The waitress tilted her head. Does it matter? It kinda does. I told my wife I'd be there by when? The man interrupted, gentle. I opened my mouth. The answer was there, had been there, but it slipped, dreamlike, dissolving. Late, I said finally. He smiled, almost kind. Late's a dangerous thing to be. The woman pressed the map to her chest, knuckles white. A quiet sob escaped her. I told you not to get your hopes up, someone murmured. Just wanted to see them again, she said. Just once. No one moved to comfort her. No one looked surprised. I pushed back in the booth. Okay, this is getting weird. The waitress raised both hands, placating. No need, we're just talking. I asked for directions, that's all. And we told you, she said calmly. The roads aren't safe. I can handle rain. She leaned closer, voice dropping. It's not the rain you should worry about. A sharp ding cut the air. The bell above the door rang. Every head turned at once. A man stood, dripping in the doorway. Middle-aged, eyes wide, the same way mine must have been when I first stepped in, breathing hard like he'd run the last mile. Water pooled around his boots, spreading slow across the tile. He looked around, confused, relieved. Thank God, he said. My GPS just... He stopped, noticing the silence. Hey, is this place on the map? The waitress straightened, smile blooming full and warm. Come in, you must be exhausted. He hesitated, glancing back at the rain. It had softened, still falling, but thinner, less urgent, like a song winding down. He stepped inside. The door swung shut behind him with a final, heavy click. And in the sudden quiet, I felt every pair of eyes shift. From him to me. The woman at the counter let out a broken laugh. Relief flooded her face, sudden and raw, like she'd been holding her breath for years. Oh, she whispered. Oh, thank God. I stood up fast enough the booth scraped. What the hell's going on? The man 2 booths down met my eyes. For the first time, something like apology flickered there. Faint, tired. Someone always leaves, he said quietly. That's how it's fair. Leaves where? No one answered. Outside, the rain faltered, just for a heartbeat. Long enough for me to notice. Long enough for them to notice me noticing. The waitress's hands closed around my wrist, gentle, stronger than it looked. Her skin was cool, almost room temperature, like something left out too long. You should sit, she said softly, stillerly. Her eyes flicked to the door, to the window, back to me. For now. I pulled free and back toward the exit. I'm leaving. No argument, no hands reaching. That was worse. The waitress stepped aside, giving me a clear path. Of course, she said. You're free to go. The new guy was still by the door, tripping, eyes darting from face to face like he was looking for an exit sign. He looked at me like I was the only solid thing in the room. Hey, he said, you know where this road goes? I didn't answer. I reached for the handle. The bell chimed, cheerful, painfully loud as I pushed through. Rain slapped my face. Colder now, sharper. Streetlights buzzed overhead, their glow dimmer like embers giving up. I walked fast to the car. The town felt closer out here. Buildings leaning inward, shoulders hunched against the drizzle. Gutters overflowed, water rushing past my boots in narrow, urgent streams. The rain wasn't pounding anymore. It had thinned, dropped space just far enough apart you could count them if you wanted to waste the time. I yanked the driver's door open and slid inside, chest heaving. The interior smelled wrong. Damp, yes, but stale, like the car had been sealed for months instead of an hour. Don't do this, I muttered, jamming the key in. The engine coughed once. Nothing. No, start, you fucking... I turned again. Dash lights flickered weakly, then died. I slammed the steering wheel. It gave under my palm, softened like wet cardboard instead of plastic. The whole dashboard sagged a fraction, as if the car were tired of pretending to be new. Outside, footsteps splashed through the shallow puddles, patient. Coming closer. I looked up. They weren't rushing me. The waitress stood under the diner's awning, skeletal hands folded, watching with patient calm. The man from the booth leaned against a lamppost, arms crossed. The woman with the map hovered near the door, clutching it like the last thread to somewhere else. The new guy lingered a few steps behind them, confusion hardening into fear. Hey, he called. Car trouble? I rolled down the window. Get back inside, I snapped. Now. He hesitated, looked at the others. They smiled at him. Small, tired smiles. Please, he said, voice cracking. I just need directions. I have people waiting too. The rain thinned again. I noticed the sound first, the steady hiss fading to patches, then drips. Gutters stopped streaming. Water only trickled past the tires. I checked my phone. The screen lit up. 1 bar. My heart lurched. Julie, where are you? Julie, it stopped raining here. Kids are asleep. Fingers shaking, I typed. I'm close. Just a detour. Car trouble, but I'm fine. The message hung, then vanished. Signal gone. The woman with the map laughed, soft at first, then hard, shoulders shaking. Tears cut clean tracks down her face. I told you, she said. I told you it wouldn't last. The man by the lamppost bowed his head, rubbing his hands together like they'd never be warm again. The waitress stepped closer to my car. She tapped the hood once, gentle as a goodbye. It's drying, she said. I looked up. The rain had slowed to mist. Streetlights reflected off damp pavement instead of pooling black water. The air felt lighter, thinner, like something heavy had finally passed. What happens when it stops? I asked. She met my eyes. You already know. The new guy turned sharply. What does he mean? No one answered. The rain stopped, not with drama, just absence. The last drops fell from the awning, ticking against metal. Then nothing. The town exhaled. I felt it. A pressure behind my eyes, a faint pulling like fingers trying to pry a memory loose. For one terrifying second, Julie's face wouldn't come. I knew her name. I knew I loved her, but the shape of her smile slipped away like wet soap in the dark. Great line. Wait, I said, stumbling out of the car. Wait, please. Silence answered first. Then the waitress caught my arm, firmer now, her skin cold, dry, like paper left in the sun too long. Came in during the rain, she said softly. That's how it works. Behind her, the new guy took one slow step toward the diner door, and the streetlights flickered once, like a film reel catching. We're starting the same endless loop. The woman with the map stepped forward, hope blazing naked on her face. I can go now, right? She asked. I can leave? The waitress nodded once. The woman sobbed, relief raw and ugly, and ran, not toward the diner, past me, down the road, feet splashing the last shallow puddles. She didn't look back. The new guy stared after her, her mouth open. Hey, wait, what about me? No one answered. I pulled against the waitress's grip. You said I was free to go. And you were, she said, until the rain decided otherwise. The new guy barked toward the door, back toward the door. I don't understand. What is this place? The man by the lamppost spoke quietly. It's a stop, not a destination. The new guy's eyes locked on mine. Desperate, accusing. You knew. I shook my head. I didn't, but the words tasted thinner every time I said them. The waitress released my arm. Welcome, she said. The bell chimed as the new guy staggered back inside, shouting, demanding answers. No one followed. The town lights brightened slightly, warmer, settled. My car sat silent behind me, already drying, already belonging here. And somewhere far away, in a place where it no longer rained, my family slept without me, safe, warm, slowly forgetting the sound of my voice. The rain came harder that night. Not polite drizzle, the kind that flattens sounds, seals a town off from whatever world is still there. Windows fogged instantly. I wiped them. They fogged again. The bell rang. I knew who it was before I looked. He stood in the doorway the same way I once had, one hand still on the handle, not fully committed yet. Dark jacket, work shoes, eyes tired from too many obligations winning over rest. He smiled like wet asphalt and stress. He smiled like wet asphalt and stress. Hey, sorry, do you know where I am? I felt it settle in my chest. Heavy, familiar, like a seatbelt clicking shut. You're out of the rain, I said. He laughed, relieved. The sound cut deeper than it should have. I turned away before I could do more damage and poured the coffee. Road's closed back there, he said. GPS lost me 20 minutes ago. I'm supposed to be meeting my family. That word again. My hand stilled on the pot. Camping, he added. Kids are already there. I set the mug down. My fingers trembled. I curled them into a fist until they stopped. That right? I asked. Yeah, long day. He rubbed his face. Just need directions and I'll be on my way. I nodded. I've nodded at that sentence more times than I can count. Outside, thunder rolled, distant, patient. The rain had time. Plenty of it. He sipped and sighed. God, that's good. I smiled. It came easy now. You driving alone? Yeah. The word echoed too loud in the diner. For a moment, just a moment, Julie's face came back sharp. Jake complaining about bugs, pine and damp earth. The memory hit so hard I gripped the counter to stay upright. He noticed. You okay? Fine, I said, too fast. Weather always does that to me. He chuckled. Yeah, storms, huh? I glanced at the window. The rain was steady, strong, not thinning yet. Good. He followed my gaze. Think it'll let up soon? I hesitated. This part still felt like a choice, even though I knew it wasn't. Hard to say, I told him. Storms don't last like they used to. He nodded, accepting it. He always does. Mind if I sit for a bit, he asked. Let it pass? Of course, I said. No rush. The words tasted like rust now. He pulled out his phone, frowned. No signal, then, joking, guess the world really wants me to slow down. I almost laughed. Almost. I refilled his coffee before he asked. Someone always leaves when someone arrives, and it was already raining hard enough. I set the cup down and caught my reflection in the black surface. Pale, too smooth, eyes hollowed in ways I didn't remember. The corners of my mouth twitched, a smile I no longer recognized. He looked up, hopeful, relieved, unaware. Outside, the rain slowed, thinned into mist. The town exhaled, and I realized I never left. Nice. Ooh. This is really good. It reminds me like just kind of like the vibe reminds me of I want to say like there's a guest in our diner that never leaves or something along those lines. Oh, thank you.
Do you want me to put it in the fridge or do you want me to leave it out?
Just leave it out.
Okay.
Thank you. Guys, my girlfriend just brought me a Diet Coke. And like a churro or something. A little small one. So it reminded me of... forget what it was. It's like... there's a diner... or there's a guest in our diner that we aren't allowed to speak to. Or something like that. Maybe just because it was also set in a diner. But this is kind of like classic No Sleep vibe where it's some entity, I guess, that only exists when the rain is there, needs a certain amount of people. And I'm thinking that everyone who's there are people who got caught in the rain in that area. And each time a new person comes, one person can leave. And you're just waiting there forever and ever until it's your turn to leave. Is that what is that what you guys got of that? I thought that was really fun. It was like a classic No Sleep story. I'm not gonna lie, guys, I'm getting kind of tired. My reading comprehension might be in the dirt right now. But I enjoyed it. Probably not gonna do much much talking about the stories for the rest of the stream. I'm getting really tired. I don't know how much longer I can do this. But I try to get through all the stories though. I'm just like, had a long day, guys. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna get through them all. I need like a pick-me-up story right now, though. That one was really good. I'm not saying that wasn't like a good story. Like that one wasn't exciting. Oh my gosh, Steph, thank you so much. That is so nice of you, Steph. I appreciate that so much. I swear I have alerts. I do have alerts. I promise I have alerts. And they work when I test them. Thank you so much, Steph. But I don't know why they don't pop up when it happens. When someone actually like subs or gives a sub or something along those lines. I don't know why it doesn't pop up, but I have alerts that will pop up and be like and be like, oh yeah, like this person subbed, yippee, welcome to the club, right? Oh, dude, Steph, thank you so much, dude. That was really nice of you. I really appreciate that. You're such a nice guy. I thank you so much. I cannot express how much that means to me. Like, it's not even like the like, I mean, like the little bit of like money I get for that. It's the fact that you are like showing your appreciation for me. And first of all, I appreciate you. I should be thanking you guys more than you thank me for hanging out here while I read awesome stories and allowing me to read your stories. So not that I need appreciation, because I appreciate you guys, but it just like I feel the appreciation, and it's so nice of you. I need to figure out my alerts, because when I test them, they pop up, but when someone actually gifts a sub or subs or anything like that, it doesn't work. So I promise I will get that working before. Oh my god, Natalie, that is so sweet. You gifted a sub to Stuck in Lauren Land. Lauren, welcome to Partners Club. I don't know. Ooh, Hype Train. Oh, that's so sweet. You guys are so sweet. Thank you so much, guys. And if you are like subbed now, like if you got one of those gifted subs, or if you're just subbed in general, you can use all of my emotes. So you have like the coffee one, which is like need some energy. I'm gonna drink some coffee. The shocked one, which is I'm shocked, and then like the locked in one for when we're like super locked in on a story. So you have access to those if you're subbed. Thank you so much, Natalie and Steph and everyone who's just like hanging out in the stream. Oh my god, Rosie, you were so sweet. I can't. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Thank you so much. I promise. I know like you guys probably don't really care, but I swear I have I have alerts that like that it's supposed to like show my appreciation for you joining the club, and it's not coming up. I can't, like, there's no way to express when I'm just like sitting here and seeing people are like subbing and like supporting the stream. There's no way to express it in a way that like you can feel how genuinely appreciative I am. But I swear, like, as appreciative as you think I am, I'm more appreciative than you think. It means so much to me. Especially because, like, recently I've been kind of, like, questioning this path I'm going down with my MFA program, and, like, committing to being in school for the next few years of my life. And being like, okay, after that, what am I going to do? Am I going to be a professor at a college? And I'm like, do I really want to go down that road? And so I decided recently, and I haven't really taken the steps yet, but I decided like I want to try to make like streaming and YouTube and stuff work. So I'm going to try to be like improving the stream and making YouTube videos that are like fun and engaging, like YouTube videos that aren't just, you know, VODs of my stream, like actual like creative YouTube videos. So I'm trying to, I really want to try to make that work and see if I can turn like doing this into a career, because I love this so much. So not that like, you know, a few subs like means like, oh, this is a career, but the fact that like people are supporting it, it makes me feel like it's actually a possibility. And it really is giving me like a reason to, it sounds like corny, but like a reason to not be like depressed. Not that I was depressed before, but like a reason to have like a little bit of hope. Just knowing that like people care enough to do that, and it's not even just like just being in the stream in general is more than enough, right? Like I don't need like subs and stuff like that, but you guys are so cool and I appreciate it. I was just talking about how I have like no energy. I did not suddenly get more energy, but I am really happy right now and I appreciate you guys so much. So we're gonna keep reading these stories, but thank you so much. I can't express how much all that means to me, guys. Okay. Hypnocast, the red phone. I've read this story before, guys. Not in its current version, but Hypnocast is a member of the Discord, and he posted this story for feedback a few weeks ago. I read it and I gave him some feedback, and he has now taken that feedback and applied it to the new version of the story. So I'm excited to read this. And it's all kind of reliant on audio. You'll see what I mean. It's a really fun, short and sweet, scary story. So hope you guys enjoyed this one. I kind of know how it goes, but we'll see what changes he made since I read the last version a few weeks ago. The red phone. Thank you so much, guys. The red phone. The following audio transcript was recovered from a magnetic tape discovered during routine renovation of a domestic airport terminal in the United States. The tape is believed to date from the early to mid 1970s, though repeated analysis has failed to establish a definitive recording date. No corresponding flight records, personnel logs, or security footage associated with the contents of the tape have been located. The original cassette has been secured. Distribution of this transcript is restricted. The individual in question has been given the moniker Jake for the purposes of clarification. Paradox archival record restricted. Containment classification chronal anomaly. Clearance level Omega 7. Access limited to personnel assigned to temporal containment and post-event sanitation. Unauthorized review duplication, or dissemination of this material constitutes a violation of federal security statutes and Paradox operational doctrine. Authorization confirmed. Voice belongs to an adult male. Any recovered audio that existed before has been corrupted by an unknown source. Audio recording begins here. Ugh, I swear this thing has a mind of its own. Footsteps on a hard surface. The faint echo of the terminal. Jake's voice. My therapist says I should record my thoughts, the things I say, that sort of stuff. Footsteps. Listen to it when I start losing track. Pause. She calls it agoraphobia, like it's a place I live instead of just a thing that happens to me. Footsteps continue. Says it helps with grounding, with reminding myself I'm not in danger just because I'm not alone. I don't know. I mean, it hasn't seemed to help so far. Footsteps slow. Fuck. It's 5:45. I should have eaten. Brief pause. I don't remember when I last did. Footsteps stop. Static. Unknown elderly female. So what brings you out to Denver? Jake. I'm just going to see my brother. Unknown elderly female. Oh, that's lovely, dear. Do you see much of him? Jake. No, not really. Not really. I don't like going out. It scares me. Unknown elderly female. Oh, that's unfortunate, dear. Well, I hope you have a good time. The next part of the recording picks up seemingly a few hours later. Mom is going to be fucking angry. My flight keeps getting delayed. Hold on. The sound of a crackling intercom can be heard, along with the following announcement. Attention passengers, Southwest Flight WN3178 to Denver International has been delayed until further notice. Announcement cuts out. Jake. Fuck, I'm gonna have to let him know. I should have been in Denver 3 hours ago by now. Not that I'm surprised, if I'm being honest. I mean, it's frustrating. First time I've gotten to see him since he left for basic, and this happens? Figures. I don't see a payphone. Oh, wait. Hey, miss, is there a phone nearby? Adult female voice. They're right over there, sir. Straight down the main walkway. Just don't use the red one. Jake. Thanks. The sound of something tapping softly on a surface. Then the scape of plastic on metal. A soft mechanical click. Several seconds of terminal ambiance, followed by the sound of breathing. No dial tone can be heard. This happens several times over the course of 1 minute, until the ring of a phone can be heard in the background. Jake. Nothing. Low mechanical ringing begins. It's ringing. Silence except for ringing. But she said not to use the red one. Ringing continues. Male voice. No, I can't. I won't answer this time. The sound of the recorder hitting the floor, followed by screams of anguish. Static can be heard in the background, starting low and slowly rising in pitch. Audio cuts off here and there. After 7 minutes of silence, another recording begins. The following conversation has been corrupted in places. We have done our best to preserve what little remains. Click. A faint hum on the line. Unknown adult male voice. Hello? Jake. Hey, it's me. Unknown adult male. Static. Hey, everything alright? Yeah, just, checking in. The weather... Static. Same here. You see the forecast? Sounds like a nightmare, dude. Yeah, I haven't moved in hours. Feels like I'm stuck in place, you know? Try chuckle. Unknown adult male. Yeah, I do. Any news on the delay? Brief period of static. Jake. Yeah, it says, even though it's still 9:45. Unknown adult male. Yeah, that sounds about right. What do you mean? Time gets weird in airports. Have you ever noticed that? Doesn't matter how long you're there, always feels like you just arrived, or like you've been there forever. They feel timeless, like little pockets of limbo. Places where the rules loosen up, or maybe just stop applying altogether. You can order a gin and tonic at 3 in the afternoon and nobody blinks. Getting McDonald's at 1:30 in the morning like it's a perfectly reasonable decision. I've been saying that for years. I know. What? You told me. Last time you got delayed. We talked for hours. But this is the first time I've called you. Unknown adult male. You were upset. You just kept talking about time, about how airports mess with your head. Said it feels like being stuck between seconds. Like you felt like you were swimming in molasses. I don't remember you saying anything. I didn't. What do you mean? You talked, I listened. When was that? The last loop. Who am I talking to? This isn't Evan, is it? Audio for the next several minutes have been corrupted. Recovery efforts have yielded little. Okay, I think this thing works. I swear this fucking thing has a mind of its own. The sound of rustling paper, a zipper, and footsteps can be heard here for several seconds. My therapist says I should record my thoughts, the things I say, that sort of stuff. Footsteps. Listen to it when I start losing track. Pause. She calls it agoraphobia. Like it's a place I live in instead of just a thing that happens to me. Footsteps continue. Says it helps with grounding. Was reminding myself I'm not in danger just because I'm not alone. I don't know. I mean, it hasn't seemed to help so far. Footsteps slow. Fuck, it's 5:45. I should have eaten. I don't remember when I last did. Footsteps stop. I'm finally at the airport. My flight leaves in 2 hours. Watch says it's 9:45. You know, airports always feel like they're stuck in limbo. I mean, I'm sitting here wearing my pajamas and no one is batting an eye. Faint announcement over the PA, too disordered to make out what is being said. Jake. Fuck, my flight just got delayed. I should get something to eat. I don't feel like I need to, but I don't remember the last time I ate something. I also need to call. There are phones here. I know which ones I'm not supposed to use. Anyway. The conversation is garbled and distorted. A sharp clatter. The receiver slams down. Receiver slams down. Loud clatter. Heavy breathing. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Footsteps quick. Uneven. Bathroom. There's a bathroom. Footsteps echo. Backpack rustles. 8:45. What the hell? Phone ringing faintly in the distance. No, don't. The sound of running. The humming of lights, the clack of tiles being walked on, and the sound of a faucet are heard. Cold water. Okay. The splashing of water can be heard in the background. Okay. Breathe. Evan. I called Evan this morning. That voice. It said he was my brother. When did it stop being him? Footsteps shuffle. Faint echo of another person, indistinct. Jake, quieter, more measured. Someone's here. He's watching his hands. Same spot. Again. And again. And again. He's gone. Faint stutter and fluorescent hum. Low ceiling vent creak. I'm sorry, Evan. I really tried this time. Footsteps. Jake's breath quickens. And the mirror. That's not me. Or... It is me. Soft crying and shallow breathing. I feel... stretched. No Diddy, right? No Epstein, right? A faint metallic scrape. Silence except hum. Jake. Dad, I wish you were here. You'd figure out what this was. A soft buzz. Plastic rattles against porcelain. There's a phone in here. Pause. Another buzz. Then another. Silence. The buzzing of lights. Jake. Hello? Static. Then a voice on the phone. Calm. Close. Stop looking at yourself. It only makes it worse. Sharp intake of breath. Dad? A sudden impact. A crack against tile. Sound drops out briefly. Low ringing. Distant at first. Jake. Gah. Fuck. My head's bleeding. Ringing again. Movement on tile. Jake. Okay, okay. Ringing louder now. Not a bell. Oh. Ringing continues. It's the phone. Metallic ringing. A sharp shrill. Pause. Then again. Jake. Groaning. Breathless. Ugh. Shit. That's harsh. Ringing can be heard in the background, accompanied by the scrape of tiles. It's the phone. Footsteps shuffle, panting. I have to get... Nothing makes sense. Gate numbers gone. Rearranged. Bathroom. Same. Repeating. Ragged. Breathing. Sounds of a body collapsing. No one. Nothing. Soft hum of lights. Distant echo of footsteps. Long pause. Then a phone rings. Faint. Echoing. Jake. Shaky. Hello. Static. Unknown male voice emerges. Hey. Where are you? Are you coming? Silence. Static rises like a wave. then drops. Soft click. The line goes dead. Long pause. Unknown male voice whispering, "Again?" Phone rings. I like that. Yeah, guys, I really like that story. Unfortunately, I think it was a little the potential was weighed down by the fact that I'm one person reading it on stream. But I think this would be exceptionally entertaining if it had like a couple voice actors, audio engineers actually doing the sounds. So instead of me saying like static rises like a wave then drops, we actually have that sound of static rising like a wave then dropping. But I think this story is best experienced either as like an audio drama with professionals or just reading it to yourself, because me reading it kind of does take away from its impact. But I think he did an amazing job of telling the story mostly with just sounds and a little bit of dialogue. Yeah, I agree, Rosie. It works more as a script. I think it could work well as a story on like the No Sleep podcast, or even like a short Q code production. But it's still fun, right? Like, I think it's still like a good story, and it's scary to think about, right? It's like being stuck in a time loop like this. And I think the framing works well because we get the context of why he's speaking out loud, and then we understand that the transcript was recovered from an airport. And so it works pretty well, but I like it. What do you mean, Republic? We're being positive. Like, I'm saying, like, it's a good story, but I think it would be better in a different format. Like, not a different format. I think it would be better, like someone else reading it to themselves rather than listening to me read it, or as like a Q code, like audio drama production, right? Because that way you actually get all the sounds. But it was a really fun story. Yeah, it needs like multiple people reading it with sound effects, or just reading it by yourself so you can imagine it. Nah, you don't know nothing about Creepcast. It wouldn't. Well, it actually would kind of. I should have done the sound effects. Static. Wait, that's not static. I don't know. No, I think it could do well on Creepcast, but I think it's more so fitted for like No Sleep podcast or something like that. We're all gooners in here. We all goon here. Yeah, if no, welcome back. Yeah, we just finished it. I'm gooning and creeping my cast. We just finished it. We were saying like we all really like it, but I think, and this isn't anything for like against you, I think it would be better if like a professional was reading this rather than me. Or like a professional team, like with an actual like audio drama production, because I thought the framing was really good and then the actual use of sound was good. Unfortunately, I just don't have the skills needed to make all the sounds. But I think if this is like on like the No Sleep podcast or like Q Code or something like that, they could really do a lot with this. This is an awesome kind of audio script that you've made. And it really shows like a deep level of imagination, like thinking about the sounds, and to be able to do all this without any like imaging is really, really cool. And very impressive writing. I liked it a lot. It was a good story. I just feel bad that like my reading of it weighed down the potential, but very, very good. Good work with this one, dude. I want to read more stuff from you like this. I think it's really good. And I hope you'll be submitting it to some places, because I think, like I said, a better team could really work with this. right, guys. Are we ready for a Jake story? Yeah, that was super creative. Very effective. Okay, so. True. We did just have a Jake story, but this was a Jake story. So guys, as you know, I'm not doing series anymore, unless it's episodic. So in the case of I started researching a secret monster hunting cult, here's what I found. This is a type of story where you don't need to read the other parts to understand what's happening. So this is kind of an exception for that, right? What else was I going to say? Yeah, this is kind of an exception of that. So we will hop right into this story. I started researching a secret monster hunting cult. Here's what I found. Part 2. As promised, I have fully translated and transcribed the letter previously mentioned. Before you read, a little background as to its origins. The letter is dated October 12th of 1590. It was addressed to John White and simply signed H.M. Preliminary tests done to determine the age of the document do place it in that time period. However, scholars dismiss this piece as an elaborate hoax. The use of Old English, which at this point had been out of style for at least 4 centuries, as well as the content of the letter led many to believe this is a fake, a farce executed at a high level. However, based on what I've uncovered, I believe otherwise. The author's actions bear a striking resemblance to those performed by the Englishman. The mention of the order also aligns with this comparison. Additionally, my persistence in searching for the symbol described by my distant uncle paid off. I succeeded in making a find others overlooked. Upon lighting a match underneath the document, the symbol, dual swords crossed over an eye, appeared next to the signature, hidden with what I presumed to be invisible ink. An authentic piece written by a member of a secret cult of monster hunters. Just imagining the implications of my discoveries inspires me to dive further. I'm excited to hear your own thoughts. Here's the letter. Dear John, how are you, my friend? I hope this letter finds you in good health. Forgive my use of the old tongue. I trust you've kept up with your studies. Best not to tempt unwanted readers, yes? I am happy to report that I've uncovered the mystery of the settlement at Roanoke. Unfortunately, it's as we feared. There were no survivors. Not after I left. I'm writing a full account of what I found, in the hopes that it brings you peace and the strength to move forward. I know how much your daughter and her daughter meant to you, and as a father myself, not knowing why is a pain I wish to unburden from you. Remember, this information must stay unseen. As you know, I have been stationed farther north. My organization is trying to lay roots in the New World, but this land has always resisted us. Yet, when I received your request, I knew I couldn't turn down an old friend. I made the trek south from our lodge, near the James, cutting through the dense forest and lowland marsh. The land fought me every step of the way, bugs in the eyes, mud sucking at my boots. It was as though the woods themselves were warning me away from Roanoke. If not for the strength of the fruit, I might not have made it in one piece. Once I reached the water's edge, I cut around the island by boat and landed where the original settlers would have arrived. The settlement's location was clear from the open waters. The land you and your people claimed stood out amongst the surrounding forest. I thank you for leaving that small vessel behind, although I did have to repair a bit of damage it had received. I found the settlement in much the same manner as you described. No persons or animals were in or around the settlement. A great many trees were standing tall inside the walls, which I found peculiar. I then inspected the message carved into the palisade. Nonsense, I thought. That was until I stopped looking at the written word and instead imagined the sound. I concluded at the time, and would later be proven correct, that Croatian was perhaps one of the settlers' attempts at rendering an oral tribal word. Crouton. Sounds like I'm saying crouton. Caruton. I don't know. I will admit I am not the most adept in my order at understanding the tongue of the natives, but I have familiarity with this word in particular. Other members have mentioned it once or twice, although nothing concrete has ever been reported. It roughly translates to either tree of shadow or devil's root. Neither, as you can imagine, suggested anything pleasant. It was then that I noticed a most startling observer. I felt a pair of eyes upon my back and turned. Behind me, the shadow of a tree at the edge of the woods was pointed the wrong way around. The sun was setting to the west, yet the pinewood silhouette pointed in that way as well. It was as if it was reaching out towards the town, towards me. As soon as I fixed my gaze upon the unnatural sight, the shadow snapped back into place. Disturbed yet intrigued, I drew my cutlass and advanced toward the pinewood. Once I was within a stone's throw of the tree, a dark shape flitted from it, fleeing further into the woods. It was gone from my sight, but I caught a glimpse. It was tall, just about as tall as the trees themselves. It had limbs like a person, stretched and dark, like they were made of the shadows themselves. I did not see its full face, but I did see two bright yellow lights about where the eyes should be. It was getting darker now, and as I'm sure you'll understand, pursuing a creature of the darkness was not something to do under the shroud of night. I searched for a suitable structure which had not yet collapsed or been dismantled, and set a fire outside. I hung a warding charm above the doorframe and turned in for the night a few hours after it had grown dark. All was still by the time I closed my eyes. If not for the fact I am a restless sleeper, I might not have awoken in time to save myself. I blinked one eye open when I felt a cool wind brushing against my face and looked to see the inky black sky. Only, it wasn't the sky. It was the form of the creature I saw earlier, its dark figuring blotting out the heavens above. The shadow beast was looming above my shelter. It had removed a section of the rotting bark of the roof and was now reaching a large shadowy claw inside the room. It was a foot from my face when I rolled out of its path. I crept backwards, away from its reach. Its grasping hand was now in between myself and my blade. The claw moved slowly, reaching about the room as if it was searching for me without making a single sound. Perhaps it didn't know whether I was there, I thought. I inched around the walls of the room, my movements slow and measured so as not to alert the beast. The claw scraped at the place I just stood. I reached my destination, my sword and my pack full of the countermeasures for dealing with that which must remain unseen. I swung at the arm. The blade passed through slowly, like pushing a stick through mud. The hand withdrew, sliding back to the roof as silently as it had entered. I pulled my holy symbol from my pack and chased the beast outside. My fire had gone out. I had banked the coals to last me till morning, but they were dead and cold, smothered, perhaps by more than the night air. I could see it in full now. Its yellow eyes turned towards me, the dark form hunched over the partially dismantled lodging. I readied myself for a fight, but the creature slunk backwards into the darkness, vanishing once more into the forest. I was shaken, but still in one piece. I relit the fire. I did not return to sleep that night, choosing instead to hold vigil. In that long silence, I realized how it must have happened. The settlement, taken apart piece by piece, its people stolen in the night. One by one, the beasts must have reached inside each home and plucked the unsuspecting settlers from their rest. What it did with them or where they were taken, that I did not yet know. That would be a discovery I made the following evening. For now, I forced my mind to remain alert as I watched the shadows flicker in the firelight. Once the first lights of morning broke through the surrounding trees, it was time to make my move. I withdrew my iron lantern, shielded its flame with a leather flap, and hooked it to my belt. I prayed the light would stay strong and ward off the tall beasts. If not, my sword would have to suffice. I made sure I had plenty of oil and tinder in my pack, 5 bottles I had left, and set off into the trees. I must admit to you, I was tempted to turn back at this point. However, I felt an obligation and an urgency to track down the source of your people's disappearance. Your family. It was also possible whatever this devil's root was may spread further if not dealt with quickly. I felt the watch of the pine woods upon my back as I traversed the forest. Large shadowy forms fitted at the edges of my vision. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, or if there was anything to be found, but my instincts told me the source was here, and I would turn out to be right. After hours inside, I finally came across my first fellow warm-blooded creature, a deer. So far, I had been the only living being within, aside from the trees, of course. I decided to switch my approach. Instead of searching for the source, perhaps I could see if one of the shadow beasts could lead me to it. I stalked the deer for most of the day, only losing sight of it twice. In that moment, I was thankful for the training afforded to me by the Order, which I previously believed unnecessary. I was growing increasingly concerned as the day dragged on, getting ready to circle back to the settlement before the shadows grew too long. However, I was rewarded for my patience. As the sun was well into its downward arc, a shadowy claw extended from behind a tree towards the unsuspecting deer. The animal didn't even move, not until the hand had fully enclosed around it. The deer twitched and squirmed, letting out baleful screams that fell upon deaf ears. The shadow beast began to move with the deer in its claw, its long legs traversing much faster than mine. I didn't want to alert it of my presence, and quickly fell behind its stride. I kept view of its large figure for as long as I could, the cries of the deer leading me on even when the beast faded into the forest. By chance, or perhaps a miracle, I found the spot the shadow beast must have disappeared into. It was a hole carved into the forest floor, large roots extending out of it, like it was pushing apart the dirt to create a dark, gaping maw. I must have passed this spot earlier, the surrounding vegetation providing enough coverage to obscure it from first look. I reignited my lantern, drew my sword, and stepped forward, letting the earth swallow me. The cavern was damp and musty. I had enough room to extend my arms twicefold, but the walls of the underground passage were suffocating. The roots continued along the walls of the passage, thick and twisted. I found scraps of cloth along the roots, torn off as the poor victims were dragged through. I gathered them as I went, hoping perhaps one of them you would recognize. After a great deal of walking, all of it in a straight line, I could see the golden light of the sunset just barely peeking through. My steps quickened as I approached, the weight of my sword heavy. Finally, I stepped through the opening. The sight that struck my eyes was an image that shall never leave my mind. If you do not want to hear the gory details, please stop reading here. I know you wish to discover, once and for all, what really happened to your people, your daughter and granddaughter. But some things are better left unseen. I found them, John. They are at peace now. That's all you need to know. But for the sake of truth, I will go on. Before me stood the Croatan, in all its unholy glory. It was sunken into the earth, its canopy reaching no higher than the broken ceiling above, where the last rays of the day spilled in, enough to illuminate its grotesque form. Its branches hung bare, its roots spread wide like spiders' legs. Entangled within those roots were the settlers of Roanoke, bloody, mutilated, their bodies bound and pierced by the devil's tree's twisted tendrils. I saw others, natives, animals, all pulled into its wretched web of bark and agony. The deer I had tracked lay among them, small roots curling around its struggling body. The moans were the worst. I could hear their voices, men, women, children, all animals, all crying out, not with rage or strength, but with slow, hopeless despair. It was keeping them alive, feeding on them, draining their essence while ensuring they could never die. I had to put a stop to this now. I had to free these people from their endless torment. I fumbled for the lantern oil in my pack, praying for this cursed thing knew how to burn. I hurled the first container. Shadows began to move, large forms, 6 or 7 of the beasts emerged from within the tree, slow, reaching, their claws stretching towards me. I tossed another, then another. My hands moved faster than I thought as the slow descent of the claws grew to mere inches away. Finally, I threw the lantern. The tree erupted into flames. The shadow beasts recoiled, their bodies crashing back into the Croatan. Vanishing from sight, the tree ignited faster than I thought possible, the cavern turning into an inferno in the blink of an eye. The wailing stopped, the tree crumbled. I turned to leave and saw the passageway closing as the roots holding it open began to wither into ash. I sprinted through the passage, the hall growing narrower and narrower before finally emerging from where I entered. I was alive. The Croatan was dead. The settlers' suffering was over. I am sorry, John. I know you were still holding hope that your family might be reunited. Take solace in the fact you now have the chance to reunite in heaven. Remember, that which is unknown must remain unseen. H.M. Wow. I really love, like, that's such a Lovecraftian final line. That which is unknown must remain unseen. The idea that mysteries aren't always meant to be solved, that sometimes there's things that we're better off not knowing, and that trying to learn more about those things is the worst thing we can do, right? It's too much for us to handle. I really like this series as a whole. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. 100 bits. I have no money. So why did that one work, but like the subscriber and like all the other stuff, I don't know. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lauren. I have no idea what 100 bits is. I think it's like $1 or something. I don't know. I haven't, but I don't care. I don't care how much it is. That's besides the point. I appreciate you supporting the stream. That makes me so happy. I don't understand why that one worked, but like some other ones don't. But thank you so much. That's so sweet. I appreciate you. I'll have to figure out why that one works, but like the other alerts don't. Yeah, I'll figure that out at some point. It might be because I refreshed the... I might have just fixed it. Well, whatever. I'll figure it out before next stream so everything works. I think I might have actually fixed it though. I refreshed the... Oh my god! 100 more bits! Oh my god! Thank you so much! I really love that sound and the face palm and that's so sweet. Thank you so much, Lauren. That's freaking incredible of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, Jake. I really like. Okay, one, the fact that you took a existing mystery and wrote an explanation for it. It kind of reminds me of like old like folk tales. Secondly, the framing of the story is really great. Like the framing of the series in general is really great because it pretty much allows you to do anything. You can think of any like scary monster or any scary event and write it into this framing device, and it all makes sense. Yeah, you can do anything and it works, like, because otherwise it would be really hard to write something that happened in 1590. But because you set up the framing in part 1, you could literally we could write in the future. Actually, you can't write in the future. What am I saying? But you could write like you write anything. Yeah, audio recording. You could do epistolary format, anything. That's really cool, dude. So yeah, definitely guys, check out. I'm gonna link his Reddit account here. So he has other stories in the Secret Monster Hunting Cult series on Reddit for you to read, and then he has some other really fun stories. Jake is the most creative writer I know. He has so many, like, I don't want to spoil anything, but like so many of his things, it just goes in a direction that I would never even think of, and it ends up working perfectly. So check out his other stories. I highly recommend. If you weren't here for me reading some of his other stuff on stream before, highly recommend. Nat, how did you make it so big? Whenever I post stuff, it's like this size. How did you do that? Oh, try Gigantify. What? Slay. You bought bits. Don't be for a big emoji. It's kind of worth it though. That's so funny. You guys are so nice. We are gonna be poor. It's okay. We're used to it. One day we'll be rich. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it in the streaming YouTube game, and one day we'll be rich and we can not live where we live. No, I'm gonna make money one way or another. Teaching, writing. We will be poor. No, we will be rich one day. Dude, you guys are awesome. Thanks so much for hanging out with me while I read these stories, guys. It's been a lot of fun. It's fun every week. Yes, manifest that richness for us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, guys, we got Between the Cosmic Webbing. Exactly. It always has to be, right? All right, this story looks fun. It reminds me of a game I used to play. Is the writer of this story in here right now? Between the Cosmic Webbing. I'm curious. FTL Jump was like an ability in Black Ops 4, which I used to play. You might know the writer of it. Ooh. Are you the writer of it? Let's go, Aggravating Yard 637. Yeah, I'm excited for this one. Between the Cosmic Webbing, I have no idea what to expect. So let's just go ahead and get into it. Between the Cosmic Webbing by Aggravating Yard 637. The FTL jump gate is possibly the most important creation in the history of our species. The only comparable equivalents would be the discovery of fire or the invention of the steam engine. They are capable of bending the fabric of space and time into a wormhole just big enough to fit one person in a cramped space pod. This allows us to travel as far as we wish instantly. Just a couple of centuries after their creation, we now stretch across entire galaxies and to the edges of the known universe. What was once unreachable and unseen could now be touched. They really are remarkable machines. I stir awake in my bunk aboard the Jades 1 space station to the sound of garbled speech. As I rub the drowsiness from my eyes, the message being passed through the station's loudspeakers comes into focus. All personnel, please report to Hangar A1. My memory returns and my fatigue is replaced with eagerness. Today is the day. I get dressed and start making my way to the hangar. Today is the day we fire up the jump gate back home. I still remember being offered this contract 5 years ago. How they told me with a straight face that I would spend the next 5 years of my life 13 billion light years from home. It baffled me how reckless upper management was when it came to constructing the gates. First, the astronomers would look up to the stars, scouting for a system that could be colonized. Once they deem a system as desirable, they give the go-ahead to build a gate orbiting Mars and plug in the coordinates of the desired system. Then they hire gate engineers, such as myself, to jump to the system, build a second gate, and tether it to the one back home. Until the second gate is constructed, we are unable to communicate with or return home. Deliveries and people just appear through a temporary rip in space-time that closes nanoseconds after passing through with no way to return. A one-way ticket to the great unknown. Like I said, it's a very reckless way to do things, and gate engineers are exposed to all kinds of risks as a result. But there isn't really a better way to set up gates this far away from home, unless you're willing to wait 13 billion years for us to travel the old-fashioned way. Also, the job pays incredibly well, and you get food and housing provided during your 5-year contract. 2 or 3 contracts would easily have you set for life. All eyes are fixed on the hulking, lifeless structure suspended in the eerie scarlet starlight of this star's system's red dwarf. We watch with great anticipation as our project 5 years in the making whirs to life with no issue. Cheers and clapping can be heard throughout the entire station. Our way back home is fully operational. We wait for a couple hours as the first pods are sent back to inform home of our gate's completion. We wait a couple hours more as the relief crew is sent through with practice efficiency to relieve us of our duties. We pack our belongings and send them through first to be processed. We suit up and then, finally, we start boarding our pods. I'm taller, so contorting into the small cockpit with a cumbersome suit on is difficult. I shift in my seat until I am comfortable. I give a thumbs up to the technician outside. He seals me in, pressurizes the cockpit, and starts me along the track. Our pod aligns the car in traffic. Then, one by one, we are shot out of the hangar and begin hurtling through space toward the gate. In all honesty, I should be nervous. I should be scared out of my mind leaving the confines of a perfectly good space station and being shot into the empty cosmos and nothing but a tiny sardine can. But I'm not. I'm relieved. Relieved that my job is over. Relieved that all the dangers are behind me. Relieved that I finally have the money and freedom to live how I wish. But most importantly, relieved to know that in just a few moments, I'll be on Mars, my family waiting with open arms. There was no alarm, explosion, or sudden release of pressure that accompany my journey through the gate. But I know right away something is very wrong. Upon exiting the gate, I cannot see Mars. As a matter of fact, I cannot see any stars either. Just darkness, as if all the viewports were painted black. I looked to the rear view port of my pod. There was no gate behind me. It was as if I was spit out by space itself, birthed from nothing. But that shouldn't be the case. Maybe the gate was calibrated incorrectly? No, at least 24 pods passed through before me. I see them here as well. And we wouldn't have received the relief crew if it was miscalibrated. Confused, the first thing I do is try to find a point of reference. Something that told me where I am. But no matter where I look, it is all the same. Darkness. A darkness so perfect, so uniform, so empty. I send out a ping using my pod's navigation system. Maybe there's something unseen by the naked eye out there that can be used for reference. I wait. The scan travels at the speed of light. It would take about 1 second for it to reach something 300,000 kilometers away, and take another second to return to me. 30 seconds pass. 1 minute passes. 2 minutes pass. Nothing. No celestial bodies. No subatomic particles. Not even a single stray photon. I lay there, counting the time elapsed with no ping. 1 hour. A thought enters my mind. It starts out small. A tiny, primal sense of dread that chips away at the back of my head, like a child's fear of the dark or what lurks under their bed. 2 hours. The thought pushes its way up through my gray matter until I can't deny it anymore. The FTL jump gate was indeed a remarkable machine, one of humanity's greatest achievements. But they do have one flaw. Well, it isn't really a flaw. It's a fundamental law of physics. Quantum tunneling. There was a non-zero chance that you could pass through a gate in just the right way to be sent somewhere completely different than intended. But this was never really a concern. The same way you wouldn't be concerned about phasing into the ground when the atoms in your feet perfectly aligned with the atoms in your floor, the chances of entering the gate this way are so close to zero it might as well be zero. It was just another niche and interesting thought experiment, a conversation starter for the engineers and scientists. But if there's anything that time has taught us, it's that with enough of it, improbable becomes inevitable. I love this setup here. It's this fact that time is infinite, right? And anything can happen. If something's possible to happen, it will happen, right? At some point, in theory. And this insane technology, this FTL jump gate, I don't know where this is going, but I'm excited to get there. I don't know who you're saying I look like. Huang Hyushin. 2 first-time chatters told me I look like this person, so that's kind of weird. But I hope that's a compliment. If it's not, if it is, or if it's just a thanks for letting me know, I guess. All right, 4 hours. It is an accepted theory that everything we know in our universe, every photon, proton, neutron, and electron, is all contained and clustered along strands and nodes of a grand cosmic web, like towns and cities connected by highways. In between this cosmic webbing lies empty space. Nothing in the most literal sense of the word, a place so empty, so far removed from anything that no light, energy, or matter of any kind has ever or will ever touch it. A place where so little happens that time is meaningless. A place where the only change to ever occur within billions to trillions of light years has been my arrival. A place no different than the emptiness beyond our universe. As more time elapsed without a ping from the scan, my theory was looking more and more like a fact. It was sent to a cosmic void. 8 hours. I began to panic. My chest tightens. My lungs feel as if they turn to stone. My stomach churns. My mind begins racing, thinking of any possible way to get home. I scream. I pound the walls of the pod. I hyperventilate. I become a mess of emotions and vomit into that cold, claustrophobic cockpit. I'm lost. 16 hours. I cry. I laugh. I whimper. I begin writing on the viewport, writing useless equations and futile plans, anything that could possibly give me hope of getting back. The sweat and bile that hasn't soaked into the fabrics of my suit begin to coagulate into a multicolored mass floating around the cockpit. 32 hours. Oh my god! Thank you. I don't know who gifted that sub, but thank you so freaking much. That is so freaking sweet of you. I can't express how much. That makes me so happy that people are so sweet and so kind. Sounds like someone can't talk. I think JoJo's the writer of this story. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to talk. I don't have on any like kind of setting where people can't. Anyone should be able to join in chat, but JoJo, if you are the author, I'm loving this story so far, and I agree. The alternating time with the paragraphs and like the main character's reaction to everything that's happening. I mean, like, imagine just being sent out into space and you don't know where the fuck you are. Is there anything scarier than this? And the feeling of being claustrophobic, but simultaneously in the vastness of space. It's, oh god, that's like, ugh. Is that a good thing, guys? Should I be self-conscious of this, or should I be happy? Alright. 32 hours. The walls of viewport are saturated with equations and condensation. I wipe away the precipitation and look past the chicken scratch into the void again. I'm hoping to see something out there. Something to prove that I was still somewhere, that I was still someone. Nothing. My eyelids are heavy. My arms ache from the writing. My legs are stiff from the lack of movement. Eventually, my anxious mind is forcefully wrenched from consciousness by my exhausted body. 64 hours. When I awake, my mouth is dry and my stomach rumbles. My journey was only meant to be a few minutes long. Despite this, they still give us about 10 days of food and water to wait at a potential rescue. Obviously, no one would be coming for me. I look at the release lever on the wall next to me and consider opening the hatch, letting the void suck the air from my lungs and boil my blood. It's an incredibly painful way to go, but it would all be over in less than a minute. It's better than starving to death, but I don't. My shaking hand moves away from the lever and grabs the first emergency ration. I don't know if it's the coward in me unable to end it all, or if it's the explorer in me curious to see what happens next. Imagine that, just knowing that you're essentially just... having food in this situation is almost worse than having no food, because you're just delaying the inevitable. It's like, do I just open the hatch and go die, or do I sit in this pod in sheer terror for... holy fuck. This is one of the scariest things you could ever write. I sit back, defeated, and begin to think. I think about what I lost. I think about who I lost. I think about what would happen to me. I think about what everyone would think happened to me. I think of all the theories and speculations that would arise from my disappearance without a trace. Perhaps they would name this phenomenon after me. I give a half-hearted chuckle at that prospect. My smile fades as I think of the memorial service they would hold for me. I imagine my empty casket being lowered into the ground while my parents, my siblings, and my friends watch on silently, unable to get the closure they deserved. 128 hours. The pod's fuel cells have fully depleted. Lights fade as the filament within cools for the last time. The rhythmic hum of the air filter goes quiet. Now the only illumination for billions of light years are the red, glowing emergency strips on the walls near the escape hatch. Renewed terror sets in. Despite the fact that this pod can never get me home alive with the power of 1,000 suns, let alone 4 lithium fuel cells, I can't help but feel like I just lost an important lifeline. My spacesuit detects the increase in CO2 and begins the process of switching me over to its emergency supply. My visor closes automatically, and I hear the reserve tanks hiss to life. 256 hours. The emergency strips begin to fade. I was hoping that as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I would see something previously drowned out by the artificial light. No such luck. The suit has done a good job at keeping me hydrated. I eat the last of the food. The black water tank below me has reached its max capacity. 10 days of my own filth join the ball of bile in the cockpit. Even with the hermetically sealed helmet on, I can still smell it. My hand once again drifts to the release lever. With enough luck, the hose that connects my suit to reserve tanks would be severed when I'm forcefully yanked from the cockpit by the Delta P. I would only have to bear the pain of decompression a few seconds before I lose consciousness to asphyxiation. But once again, the coward in me prevails, and I can't bring myself to pull the lever. I decide I would rather die a long, drawn-out death cocooned within a place I knew, instead of experiencing a short death exposed to the unknown. This pod, and everything within, was the only thing left of a world no longer accessible to me. It became more intimate to me than my own family. God, because imagine that you're going insane in this situation. You're not just dying, you're slowly dying, and you're going insane. I would rather die a long, drawn-out death. Jeez, what a terrible, terrible choice to make. There's no good choice. The other choice is terrible too. God. 512 hours. The emergency lights have finally fully faded. It's so dark that the inside of my eyelids are brighter than the void around me. Bright with the visions and thoughts of a place I could no longer reach. A place no longer real to me as much as I am no longer real to it. Before long, I couldn't bear to keep my eyes open for more than a few seconds. The suit does much of the heavy lifting now, regulating my body temperature and straining what water and nutrients it can out of my thinning body to keep my vitals going. The clump of waste, solid at this point, occasionally taps against my helmet visor. Oh god, like death himself politely knocking, waiting patiently for me to let him in. I spend most of my time floating motionlessly, curled up, eyes closed, like a baby in the comfort of their mother's womb. There wasn't much left to see, hear, or feel anymore. I did more thinking. So much thinking. I counted the seconds that passed. My only metric for time now that I couldn't even see the numbers on my watch right in front of my face. I thought of home. I played back every memory in detail from my old life dozens of times over. I thought of what lay beyond the walls of my pod. A small part of me felt honored that I was the first thing to ever exist in this part of the universe. If you could even call this part of the universe. A smaller part of me felt pride in the cosmic lottery I had to win to be here. But the rest of me felt fear for what would become of me. Would my remains ever be found? I pleaded with God. I pleaded with the void. I pleaded with the same cosmic miracle that brought me here. I pleaded with every fiber, every particle, every cork of my being that something would discover this place, even if it was something as simple as a stray photon from the sun back home bouncing off my frozen corpse trillions of years from now. 1,024 hours. I don't quite remember when, but my body fails. My heart stops. My lungs draw their last weak breath, and blood stops flowing through my veins. However, my mind endures. The suit uses the last of its energy and the last of its oxygen supply to stimulate my brain. A final attempt to keep me alive a little longer for a rescue that will never come. Oh my god. This is like I have no mouth and I must scream. Jesus Christ. Think about the details in this story, guys. Trillions of years away. Sorry. Well, possibly. I mean, there's so many. They're in a different universe from where they started. They can't even catch a photon of their own sun. There is no way of anyone ever finding this person because the universe is infinite and they were just teleported to a random part of the universe. And now their brain is they're dead, but they have to just endure this nothingness. It's like death. It's like your worst fear of death, right? Because the scariest part of dying is the thought that what if our mind still works? What if our brain is still alive and we're just sitting in vastness of darkness forever? That's what this person is experiencing. It's the worst thing. We can't even imagine how terrible this would be. We cannot fathom this. I don't mind the lack of senses. There was nothing left to see. A coma, except you're cognizant the entire time. And you're floating in the void of space. And there's nothing. There's nothing around you. There's no sound. There's nothing. It's like floating in a... God. I don't mind the lack of senses. There was nothing left to see. Nothing left to hear. Nothing left to taste. Nothing left to smell. Nothing left to feel. Nothing at all. My thoughts are that of muddled clarity. Answers to questions I don't remember. Solutions to problems that don't exist. Memories of events I never experienced. Holding conversations with people who aren't real. I can feel each synapse in my brain, and I can feel each synapse in my dying brain going dark one by one. It's a slow process. I lose more and more of myself, eventually resembling a calculator more than a man. As much as I'd like to say that my last fleeting thought I ever have is of my family or some other valued experience from my life, it is not. My last thought is 2048, 4096, 8191, 16,384, 32,768, 65,536, 131,072, 262,144. I'm gonna skip down. Holy fuck, guys. Just look at these numbers as they go. Holy shit. This is giving me existential dread. Oh god. Oh god. Imagine this, guys. What even is this number? What even is that number, dude? Holy fuck. And being in space for that time. This is eternity. Because, like, this is such an effective tool as a writer, too. Because the writer could have simply left this at, like, infinity, right? Or, like, I'll be here forever, or whatever. But to actually see the number progress higher and higher and higher and higher... we can't fathom it, but we're getting a little bit closer to fathoming it. It's such a strong choice to list the number and see it getting bigger and bigger, and see it exponentially rising rather than just, like, you know, skipping to the high number or having infinity. This person is existing forever. It's been a trillion days. I could be wrong, but this is possibly longer than the Earth has existed. I don't know if that's true. I think it is. Longer than the Earth has existed in days floating in space. Knowing, like, space is constantly getting bigger. You're never going to reach anything. Oh, is it 1,000,000,000 hours? It's 1,000,000,000 hours, right? Yeah, it's 1,000,000,000 hours. Still, that's the amount of time is something that we can't even like comprehend, that many hours of time floating in nothingness. And I really enjoy the progression rather than just saying like infinite or something. Yeah, it's gotta be millions of days, I'm sure. Yeah. Oh my god. That's even more than I thought. I didn't even like think about that. But yeah, guys, here's this here's the author's Reddit account. Definitely go upload the story, go see if they have other stuff posted, follow them so you'll know when they write more stories and post those, because this is a great one. A very existential dread horror story. They said this is the first story I posted publicly anywhere. I've been a long time fan of the podcast, Positive Force, spooky stories life in general. Let me know how y'all like it. In my bunk aboard the Jades 1 space station. This is, who cares about a sentence fragment? This is great. Thanks so much for letting me read this. Aggravating Yard, or whatever the account was. Yeah, Aggravating Yard 67. Thanks so much for letting me read this. This is one of the scariest things I've read, like, to actually fathom. It also kind of reminds me of Glenmont Metro. It's like a mix between I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream and also Glenmont Metro in a way. Very different from Glenmont Metro, but also like very similar in the sense that, like, when we think about scary stories, whether that's like creepypasta, no sleep stories, scary movies, just scary stories posted on the internet, and you try to think of which one of these would be the worst to endure, this might be it. Glenmont, obviously, I mean, you think about the pain and everything, but at some point there has to be things worse than pain, right? And I think this is it. Being dead but not being dead. The only thing comparable is I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. It's really interesting. I don't know if this would actually be worse than I Have No Mouth. It's hard. It's kind of a hard debate. It'd be interesting to see what other people think. Because I Have No Mouth, there is essentially endless torture forever versus endless nothing forever. Sure, yeah. I'm all warm inside seeing how much y'all enjoy this. Tell them I was able to watch and that I said thank you so much for reading and enjoying my story. I'll be happy to share and elaborate in the server if anyone has any questions, comments, and such short critiques. Awesome. Yeah, dude. Thanks so much, author. I think Jojo, right? Thanks so much for letting me read this. Like, seriously, like, when people thank me for reading their stories, I'm like, whoa, right? Like, whoa. Thank you for letting me read it. Writing is so much harder than reading. And like, the writers deserve all the credits. Like, especially like first stream like this, writing is so much harder than narrating a story, right? As a writer myself, I have had stuff narrated on, like, Mr. Creepypasta, the No Sleep podcast, Mr. Creeps, the Creepy podcast, stuff like that. They pay, right? They pay because they understand that writing is harder than the narrating. And so, because you guys are good writers, don't let people use your work to profit from it for free, right? Like, my go-to is if they're making a good amount of money, like if they're making a living from it, they're gonna pay me if they want to narrate my stories. And then if it's like a smaller like YouTuber, podcaster, or whatever, then like yeah, I'll let them do it for free. But understand your worth as a writer and know that your talent far surpasses someone narrating your story, right? So the thanks is all to you guys for letting me read the stories. It's really good. This one was really good. But yeah, I'm glad that you're going to be hanging out in the Discord. And I'm sure people will have questions about the story. And you want in the Discord, feel free to ask him questions. So like he's open to answering them. And then yeah, as you see in the Discord, like we're pretty active in there. We have a need feedback channel where like if you're working on a story, you want to get some eyes on it before you post, put it in there. People are usually pretty fast and pretty good with giving good feedback in there. I personally, since I'm in grad school right now and like I'm like crazy busy, I used to do feedback, but since the semester started, I don't have time to really participate in that anymore. But we have a bunch of people in there who will provide feedback. And then of course we have like the shameless plug where you can, post a story, people will go upvote it, whatever. And then everyone's just always in there like just talking about horror stories in general. But yeah, thanks so much for sharing this one. This is one of my favorite ones. I'm going to give this one story of the day so far. We've read a lot of good ones today, and so it's almost hard to compare the different genres, but as far as like a story for reading, sharing with people, this is like exactly what I want. So thank you for this one. Hey Slim, how are you doing? We're reading some horror stories, having a great time, great stream. Glad to see you popping in, dude. How are you doing today? We're down to the final story of the day. So I know I said I'm not doing series anymore. The thing about this one is it's yeah, are you like a writer, Slim, or are you just are you a writer, or do you just like read, or how'd you find the stream? I'm so glad to have you in here. And definitely join the Discord if you're interested in talking about horror stories and things like that. So yeah, I said I'm not doing series anymore, but you look so pretty when you sleep. I talked to the author. This one isn't like meant to be a series. It's just the fact that it's like barely too long to be one Reddit post. So she just split it into 2 stories, or like into 2 posts, just because it had to be split into 2 posts. But it's not really a series, right? It was just slightly too long to fit in one Reddit post. So we're going to be reading this as the last story of the day. And we're going to read All of You Look So Pretty When You Sleep. I'm excited for this one. It's giving like classic, like slasher kind of vibes. Hey, Sylph. It's so funny, Rosie. I don't know why yeah, it does give like girl vibe, but obviously, that's just femininity. Cool, Slim. That's really cool. A novelette. I guess technically I've written a novelette, but I've always just like novelette's such a funny one. Like I just call it a short story. But like yeah, technically novelette, yeah. That's not one you hear a lot. I hear novella, obviously, and novel, but novelette is such like a niche term. Oh no, it didn't. It did not come across as you did not come across as passive aggressive. It's good to correct people. Don't let people misgender you. Bad. Mayday, prototype, Project Nightcrawler, lanyard piece. So if it turns out good, I'll send a picture in the group chat. I'll make a bundle set or whatever the final copy gets released. Sorry it's taking so long. I'm barely getting on chapter 31 right now. I can't wait for you to finish that whole story, Sylph, because that series is so, like, that book is gonna be so great when it's done. It's a really great like idea for a story, and And it's like, it lends itself very well to art as well. So I think that's really cool. All right, guys. You Look So Pretty When You Sleep by SlaughterDaughterr, aka Rosie, aka the dude guy in the chat. Cameron imagines punching the cat and chickens. Every morning for the past week, all 7 days that she has been in Hawaii, they have woken her up at the ass crack of dawn. A pillow pressed over her ears did nothing to drown out their clucking or the meowing of girl cat outside of her bedroom door. Dragging, she stands up and steps out the sliding glass door in her room that leads out onto the patio. The morning sun shines off the deep blue water of the ocean, painting her skin a golden yellow, warming her to the core. She turns, letting the sun hit her breast now. A perk of being alone for 3 weeks was being able to not wear clothes at all. The house wasn't as close to the beach as she thought. About a 30-minute drive up the mountain, without a neighbor in sight. Cameron had chosen to forgo clothes as much as she could. When she arrived at the Kona airport, a surprisingly quaint place that was hardly more than one runway and a cluster of buildings, the entire thing was even outside, she didn't know what she had been getting herself into. On the Friday before she left, just 2 days earlier, she was at home with no plans to go anywhere until her best friend, Margot, called her. "This is super random, but do you want to go to Hawaii?" Margot asked. "Don't we all? Though a ball in a crowded room, you wouldn't hit a single person who wouldn't want to go." Cameron was attempting to fold a towel, with one end tucked under her chin and her phone pressed between her shoulder and her ear. She felt as if she was about to crumble and fall apart. "I'm being serious." Margot's deadpan tone was sobering. "A distant relative needs a last-minute house sitter but can't find anyone to do it. I would, but I have a job." Cameron dropped the towel and plopped onto her bed. "If this is serious, then I'd love to, but I can't afford a plane ticket, being unemployed and all." "No worries," Margot replied. "They said they'd cover airfare. You game?" "That's suspicious. Someone's flying you out to Hawaii to watch their house?" "That's suspicious, because they're rich enough that they could get a local. Why do they need someone from outside? It sounds like they're trying to get someone who's not from the area." I don't know. Something's tough. Something's going on here. Cameron was up until arriving in Hawaii. She thought it was some cruel practical joke. Margot liked to mess around, but even this would be out of character for her. When the ticket scanned at the gate, Cameron found herself surprised. She kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. It never did. The distant family friends that Margot had mentioned were an older couple named Carl and Christine. How her family knew them, Cameron didn't know. Carl, an unassuming older man in his mid-70s, was waiting outside of the gate when she arrived. He sported an Aloha shirt, the cheap-looking kind you would expect to see a tourist wearing, and Cameron couldn't help but think he was trying too hard to look the part of a native Hawaiian. His ghostly pale skin didn't help him in the slightest. "You must be Cameron," he bellowed, approaching her. She was taken aback, given she had no clue who she would be looking for. I'm loving the setup for this story so far. I know we're early in, but this is masterful hooking of us into the story. We didn't like dilly-dally on anything too long. We got the author's just taking us where he wants us to go, and we're excited to get there. We want to see what's going on. It's reminding me of my sugar daddy asks for weird favors. That's the vibe I'm getting right away. But let's see. She was taken aback, given she had no clue who she would be looking for. "That's me. You must be Carl." She stuck out her hand, but he pulled her into a hug. "How did you know it was me?" she asked, breaking the embrace as quickly as she could. This guy is a weirdo. "Margot said I'd be looking for the prettiest girl." Oh, hell nah. That's crazy. "Margot said I'd be looking for the prettiest girl at the airport." He tried to grab her bag from her, but she resisted. Thanks, but I got it." She was put off by his comment, but tried not to show it. "Did Margot really say that?" "Say what?" he asked. A second passed between them. "Oh, no, she sent me a picture of you." What a fucking... Oh, God. He flapped his hand and turned around, walking out towards the parking lot. "Come on, we're out this way." Cameron followed quickly behind. Rosie, you have a skill for writing cringy men, at least thus far. And it's working really well. I'm hooked on this. I'm bought in already. Cameron followed quickly behind. Cameron spent the entire drive looking out the window and admiring the view. For the first few minutes, Cameron accidentally tuned Carl out. She only realized that he was asking her a question by the steep incline of his tone. First time? She nodded, and that was the end of their conversation. Carl seemed to let her enjoy the scenery, and she was appreciative. Every now and then he would point out a landmark, a Costco, a gas station, Walmart, etc., that she could use to orient herself if she got lost. Cameron declined to tell him that her phone had a built-in GPS, as did his car. For what seemed like forever, they drove down the singular highway that circled almost the entirety of the Big Island. The trees were the deepest green she had ever seen. After a certain height, her eyes failed to spot the individuality of the foliage. It turned into one big emerald sea, climbing towards the heavens. They turned left, up a steep incline and away from the ocean. Cameron made out the distinct sound of the car engine kicking, almost physically willing itself up the almost vertical drive. Damn thing, Carl muttered under his breath, lightly slapping the steering wheel. Cameron thought it was cute, in the sort of way that old men stopped being scary past a certain age. The idea of them being a threat overshadowed by liver spots and forehead creases. "Where are we going?" she asked. "Home," he said, as if it was blatantly obvious. A minute passed by before she responded. "Oh, Marco made it seem like you guys lived right by the beach. Maybe I misunderstood." "No, sweetie, you didn't. We used to, but Christine got really sick of being so close to the tourists. We moved up here more than a few years back." As they climbed, the car struggled less and the temperature noticeably dropped. The sky grew darker and swaths of clouds formed overhead. Everything suddenly became very washed out and dull, almost depressing. Cameron didn't think it was possible for Hawaii to look so gloomy. Slowly, inch by inch, the closer they got to Chateau Carl, the more depressing a turn this trip took. Unbeknownst to her, Carl could see the look of gloom falling over her face. Realizing the reason, he suddenly tried to reassure her. "It rains up here, around noon or so every day, but it's still sunny in the mornings and late afternoons. Plus, it only gets like that because of the elevation. Off the mountain, it's hotter than the devil's ballsack most of the time." She gave a wan smile, trying to fix her face to not appear ungrateful, hoping that he wasn't just telling her what she wanted to hear. The driveway to the house was half a mile long, almost as steep as the drive up was, and so covered with trees that Cameron thought they were about to embark on a safari expedition. Every now and then, on the slow descent of the freshly paved road, there would be a break in the trees and she would catch a glimpse of a house, usually newer looking, and always, from what brief glimpse she was afforded, of the McMansion variety. That didn't bother her, though, seeing as her childhood home was a near-derelict ranch-style home in the dying heart of nowhere, USA. The simulacrum of the upper class will be a nice change of pace. And then they pulled into the driveway. The house that Carl and Christine lived in was on the complete opposite end of the cookie-cutter cardboard mansion spectrum than she was expecting. She wasn't really caught off guard by this, or even surprised. If the trip up the mountain had taught her anything, it was that she should never get her hopes up, and that she needs to take everything Margot says with a pound of salt. It was a nice house, though, even compared to the rest of the places along this road. There was a detached garage and a covered but small walkway between it and the house. As everything else seemingly is on the island, the property sloped drastically off to the left, where chickens roamed amongst fruit trees of varying sizes and colors before hitting a line of hedges. She took in the sight, observing where she would reside for the next 2 weeks before realizing that Carl was already out of the car and in the door. She grabbed her suitcase and followed him inside. The foyer looked exactly like you'd expect. Pictures of children, all varying ages, adorned the walls. They were almost definitely related to Carl and Christine, in one way or another, and as Cameron took in the sight, she even spotted one of Margot. She was much, much younger in this photo, around 7 years old, and she was struggling to stay afloat in a pool, Dora the Explorer smiling on the front of her bathing suit. Down the hallway to the right, Carl rounded a corner and disappeared. A few feet in front of her, a doorway stood open, showing an almost bare bedroom, only the foot of the bed visible from where she stood. On the far wall of the bedroom was a sliding glass door that led to a pool. The room in front of you is yours, a shrill voice calls from around the corner. It seemed to reverberate from cold tile floors, barely dampened by the throw rugs. Cameron slowly made her way forward and into the bedroom, the wheels of her suitcase making loud clicks over the grout lines. Inside the room, the bed was made up and looked as if it was only done so far. Oh my, I'm looking at the chat. Sammy, welcome to the stream. Hotter than the devil's. Did I say something wrong? Oh man. I'm tired, guys. I've been live for like 4 hours reading nonstop. But I'm hooked on this story. I'm loving it. I'm glad we saved this one for last because I needed like a pick-me-up to end the night. I needed something to get me through. The room in front of you is yours, a shrill voice calls from around the corner. It seemed to reverberate from cold tile floors, barely dampened by the throw rugs. Cameron slowly made her way forward and into the bedroom, the wheels of her suitcase making loud clicks over the grout lines. Inside the room, the bed was made up and looked as if it was only done so for her arrival. The sheets, pillowcases, and blankets were all white, so pristine that it almost hurt to look at. Except for a TV, so new. The plastic was still over the screen, atop a dresser opposite the bed. The room was empty. We don't have many guests, the shrill voice came from behind her. Cameron whirled on the balls of her feet, embarrassingly startled by the voice, coming almost face to face with Christine. Her white hair framed her face in a halo, and she couldn't have been more than 5 feet tall, if that. We had to make the room up rather suddenly, so everything in here is more or less brand new. She pointed to the dresser. Except for that. I've had that since I was a child. Cameron wouldn't have been able to guess. The thing was in amazing condition. You must be Christine, she said, approaching the woman with an outstretched hand. Before she knew it, Christine closed the distance between them and pulled Cameron into a hug. Why are all these people hugging Cameron? Invading that personal space. I don't trust them. I feel like they might watch her sleep. Thank you so much for doing this. I've just been so stressed out about this trip. Christine separated from Cameron, hands still on her shoulders, looked her in the eyes, and then brought her back in for another quick hug. This time, Cameron registered how fast Christine's heart was beating against her frail chest. She was such a juxtaposition of Carl that she couldn't help but immediately feel bad for the woman. Of course, honestly, I should be thanking you. How often does someone get a free trip to Hawaii? Christine didn't reply. She just smiled. We have more packing to do before the plane leaves tonight. Take your time getting settled. Then, when you're ready, Carl will give you a tour of the place and I can go over the things I want taken care of while we're gone. Christine turned and headed out the door, shutting it behind her. Cameron sat down on the bed, and before she could even register how tired she felt, she was fast asleep. Before she knew it, Cameron was leaving the airport, Carl and Christine waving in the rearview mirror. Christine frantically patted her pockets, probably making sure that she hadn't forgotten anything. The driveway was pitch black when she arrived. The LED headlights of the car cut through the darkness like butter, but beyond the little solitude that they afforded, she saw nothing. Chickens clucked in the distance, and a dim light from a table lamp in the living room shone just bright enough to where she could vaguely make out the shape of the house from where she was parked. But she didn't want to get out of the car. Cameron never would have told anyone if she weren't alone, but she was still feeling scared. A minute passed by, and then 2, then 3. 5 minutes later, she was still sitting in the car, the lights now having gone off. In and out, Cameron breathed until she felt fine enough to admit she was being unreasonable. Then, with a swift click of the door handle, she opened the door and strode toward the front door. She didn't want to run, because that would only make herself feel more worried. Forcing herself to walk was also forcing her to admit that she was fine. A few feet from the front door, a twig snapped in the distance. She whirled around and scanned the obsidian darkness. A chicken? She thought to herself, then immediately discarded the thought. She watched Carl coop up the chickens before they left for the airport. Cameron kept her eyes focused on the darkness in front of her, drilling into the empty space for any sign of movement, while slowly walking backward towards the house. As her back met the doorknob, there was another sound from the darkness, this time the jingling of a bell, and the padding of feet. From the darkness, a cat as black as the night came running up, screaming meows that nearly deafened her in the silence of the warm night. As the air rushed out of her lungs as relief flooded her body, Carl and Christine had a cat, an outside cat. She comes and goes as she pleases. She remembered Christine telling her as she quickly went over her responsibilities with Cameron. She's food-oriented, so just feed her whenever she comes around and she'll be fine. You might not even notice her most of the time. The cat approached. Cameron crouched down and stuck her hand out, clicking her tongue for the animal's approval. It approached, not cautiously, Cameron noted. It started rubbing against her leg. Purrs that sounded more like someone chewing gravel emanating from deep in the animal's throat. Hi, girlie. Cameron's hand ran over the cat's stout body, clumps of hair coming off and sticking to her hand. You need a good brushing out. She pulled at the collar, trying to locate the name tag. No such tag existed, only a bell that gave a soft jingle at the slightest movement. Cameron stood up. I'm just going to call you Girl Cat. That cool with you? Girl Cat gave another sharp meow, which probably meant feed me, but Cameron took it as an agreement on the proposed naming scheme. The house felt utterly spacious, too big for just her, and the darkness didn't help. A breeze blew through the house, and Cameron saw that the back door, as well as the sliding door that led to the screened-in front porch, were both still open. Carl and Christine told her that they don't usually close the doors, since it's always so warm outside and they don't want to keep the cat from getting inside. She wondered how the screen door didn't prevent the cat from coming in, until she saw that the screen doors both had built-in pet doors. That explains how she comes and goes as she pleases. During the day, Cameron wakes up early, since that's usually when the chickens start up, and slowly goes about getting her chores done. Chores is a generous term, in all honesty. Christine had left her a list of things she wanted taken care of, along with her contact information and the number of a neighbor who could be over should anything happen. The list, only a few items long, consists mainly of feeding the animals and watering her plants. Her daily routine takes her no longer than 30 minutes, an hour if she really lazes about, and then she has the rest of the day free. The hens eat once in the morning, but scavenge the rows of fruit trees on the property for fallen things to eat. If you don't feed the chicken for the duration of your stay, they'd be fine, so if you forget, don't worry about it. The more Christine went over the list with her, the more Cameron was unsure if they needed a house sitter at all. Girl Cat, Cameron was convinced they had neglected to name her at all, is usually meowing at her door around the time that the chickens start up. She gets fed first, and by the time Cameron has her shoes on to go to the coop, Girl Cat is gone, the food bowl empty. She stays gone until after sundown most of the time. The rest of the day, Cameron reads. By the pool, down at the beach, or anywhere with a liberal amount of sunshine and equal parts shade. By the time her morning chores are done on the 7th day, she is already falling into the routine of reading by the pool until the rain starts up around noon, at which time she gets dressed and goes down to the beach, where she resides until sunset. Sun is still shining through her eyelids, still as naked as ever, when a car door slams in the driveway. Cameron's eyes fly open. One arm flies over her breast while the other hand flies south, and she stops to listen. For the entire week she has been here alone. A few seconds pass where she hears no more sounds to the driveway, and just as she's starting to think it was nothing, there is movement beyond the gate and it latches open. Her body goes into autopilot as she sprints forward through the open sliding glass door and into her room. Girl Cat is still meowing from the hallway. Oh shit, a male voice calls from behind her. I didn't see anything. Cameron shuts the curtain as fast as she can, chest rising and falling at such a rapid pace that she isn't sure if she's even breathing. Who are you? She shouts. I have a knife and I'm not afraid to use it. You have 10 seconds to leave before I call the police. Her head frantically swivels on her shoulders, searching the still relatively empty room for her phone. The male voice calls back out from beyond the curtain. Whoa, relax. No one needs to stab anyone or call the police. I'm the pool guy. Pool guy? What pool guy? She can't find her phone, and she's certain she left it on the table outside. The fucking... She hears some rustling outside. The pool guy! I don't know, man. Carl hired me. For a brief second, she starts to trust the stranger, since he knows Carl by name. Then she decides it's not good enough. Maybe he had scoped the place before or something. A name wouldn't be good enough. Slowly, she slips on a sweatshirt, still not daring to move her eyes from the door for more than a moment. She can see the outline of the stranger in the curtain. He's tall, and both of his hands are up in the air, as if surrendering. She just hopes he can't make her out, waiting for a moment to burst in. A tall pool guy? I've seen these videos. Who's Carl's wife? She yells. Christine, I think? Too easy, Cameron says. What's his last name? This is really funny. There is a moment of silence from the stranger. Cameron can see him looking at something rectangular and flat. At first, she thinks it's a tablet, before the sound of paper turning changes it into a notebook. Yeah, he also used to be an astronaut, and before that, he was a doctor. Carl, he says, drawing out the one syllable in his name. Carl Jorgensen. Carl and Christine Jorgensen. This gains her trust just enough for her to peek out of the curtain. As it's pulled back, the man shields his eyes with one hand, shooting the other out in front of him to cover her up, and turns his head away. What's your name? She asks. He continues to divert his eyes. Michael, he says. With Michael's pool service, I swear. Cameron notices that in his extended hand, the one she thought he was using to shield her, also has another purpose. In it is a business card, with a picture of a cartoon pug on it. In a font so crude that it hurts her eyes, it reads, Michael's pool service. You pee in it, we clean it. That's insane. Your tagline sucks, she says. Yeah, well, take it up with the boss. Slowly, he starts to turn back, obviously waiting for her permission. I'm decent, she says. Even though she's covered now, she can't help but fold her arms over her chest, knife still in hand. She hopes Michael won't notice. I'm sorry for scaring you. Cameron, he said. Anyways, I didn't mean to startle you. If I knew that anyone was going to be here, I would have called ahead on the landline or something. She tried to clear her face of the emotion that she was sure was plastered all over it. He did seem sincere. That's okay. If I knew that they had a pool service, I would have been more diligent about not being naked when you arrived. Small smile across his lips, and he turned slightly red. If it's any consolation, these sunglasses are good at their job. He pointed at his face, and I was just as startled by your presence. I didn't see anything, I promise. Scout's honor and all that bullshit. He put his hand over his heart before crossing it with his index finger. She didn't know if he was telling the truth or just saying that to make her feel better. She decided to believe him, because she was already embarrassed enough. You seem trustworthy, but can I have that business card? I want to send a picture of it to my friend, just to be safe, you know? Michael didn't even think twice. He outstretched his hand, still holding onto the card, and she took it. For a second, she went for her pockets of her realizing that she still didn't know where her phone was. Table, Michael said, pointing to his left. Sure enough, atop the glass of the ugly round piece of outdoor furniture with its vomit green plastic tablecloth sat her phone. She couldn't even recall placing it there. Thanks, she said, snatching it up quickly. This too, just to be extra safe. Cameron looked up, and Michael was handing over his driver's license, not for her to take from him, but to take a picture of. His fingers were strategically placed over the part where his address was. Cameron snapped a quick photo and fired them both off to Margot. No accompanying text, but she would have to call Margot and explain soon. I figured I would maintain some privacy, he said. The important people will have my address, and that should be good enough. He seemed to be trying to joke, but it landed as gracefully as a plane without landing gear. Having gotten his information, though, Cameron felt a lot safer. I'm sorry. Better safe than sorry, though. She slipped her phone back into her pocket. Anyways, I have quite a few more clients to get to this morning. He jutted a thumb over his shoulder and at the pool. I'm going to get started, but it was nice to meet you, Cameron. Sure, you too. I'm going to be inside if you need anything. Again, his only response was a nod, before he stuck a pair of headphones in his ears and turned his attention to the pool. Michael ended up staying for longer than he initially thought. The pool being worse than he thought. After a while of sitting in her room, listening to Michael struggle with the pool vacuum, Cameron decided to go out and join him. At first, he didn't take any notice of her. Sitting at the table where she had left her phone, she brought her book out with her, a very beaten copy of The Great Gatsby that her mother had given her for her birthday some years back. The thing looked like it had been read to death, resurrected, then read to death again. She only brought it around because it was one of the last things her mom had ever given her. Also, she did quite like the story. think it's crazy that she's going out there like she doesn't even like fully trust him, but she's just going out there like to read next to him because she's bored. What is she looking for? After a few pages, peeking over the top of the book every now and then, Michael finally spoke. "What you reading?" He didn't look back at her, but kept dismantling the vacuum. "Great Gatsby," she replied. "You heard of it?" She didn't mean for her comment to come across in a rude manner, but she was afraid it had. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone in modern America who didn't have to read that piece of shit for their sophomore English class. The book hit the table fast. "Piece of shit? Do you have any sense of taste?" Her tone was defensive now. "I do, actually. I love that book. I just wanted to see how you'd react." This guy is a fucking smug asshole. He's so cringe for that. And the fact saying, it's like, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone in modern America who didn't have to read that piece of shit for their sop. Ugh. He's so annoying. "Your copy is clearly used, so I figured you either bought it secondhand or I read it a bunch. Just wanted to rustle your feathers a little." Ugh. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, partially for how she reacted, and partially for being read so effortlessly. They talked some more about her and why she's in Hawaii, who she is in relation to Carl and Christina, which she isn't. She learned that Michael grew up here, but he isn't that much younger than her. He also isn't the Michael of Michael Pool Service, but rather the double name being a silly coincidence. After an hour or two, he seemed to finish his task, and the pool vacuum was up and whirring again, eating all the green off the bottom and bringing it back to its sort of blue color. Michael stood, collecting his things and placing his tools back into his bag. Their pool is like really fucked up, by the way. Currently, it is undergoing a chemical cleanse, so don't go swimming in it unless you want to become a mutant. Cameron nodded in agreement, then placed her book on the table before standing up. "Sorry about earlier. I might have overreacted." Michael started heading out towards the gate and around to the driveway. Cameron followed. "No worries, I get it." He held the gate open for her as she passed through. "Honestly, you probably reacted pretty appropriately. Being a girl in a new place can be scary." The word girl makes me sound young, like a child. Okay, being a fully grown adult female in a new place can be scary. How's that? They reached his car in the driveway in what felt like just a few steps. Worse, somehow, the word female has a disgustingly neckbeard feel that makes my insides dry out. Yeah, I agree though. Anyone who calls girls female is crazy. Yeah. That got a big laugh out of Michael, which Cameron didn't expect, and in turn got her laughing almost as hard. "It was nice meeting you, Cameron. I'm not sure how long you'll be here, but I'll give the house a phone call next time I stop by. Sound good?" "Sounds perfect to me." He climbed into the driver's seat of his dark green Jeep and backed out of the driveway. Cameron stood, watching, until he was far enough up the private drive that he was no longer visible, then turned back and headed inside. Girl Cat had cleared her food bowl. It was now off doing whatever she does, presumably sleeping in the sun somewhere, and the house is back to its usual air of stagnancy. Sitting back down at the table, ready to continue her scheduled reading, Cameron noticed something strange. Her book wasn't where she had left it. That's odd. For the next hour, Cameron tore the house apart looking for her book. It started off slow, just retracing steps and making sure it hadn't fallen anywhere by accident. Then, after a frustrating few loops around the house, from bedroom to hallway, hallway to living room to back patio, then patio to bedroom, she started to get irritated. Quickly, the irritation melted into anxiety and overthinking. Not so much about the lost book with its held sentimental value and with the story all but ingrained in the wrinkles of her brain, she was more worried about the implication of it being gone, because she knew that she had left it on the table. No way this guy stole a used copy of The Great Gatsby. I think you can get a copy of The Great Gatsby for like 50 cents. And 50 cents is like nothing these days. Like you can even get a copy of The Great Gatsby is like as cheap as a piece of gum. It's like overprinted at this point. What, he wants like to lick it because it was in her hands? The path between the gate to the patio and the driveway was short. and she knew that she wasn't holding it while following Michael out to his car. The brief thought that Michael himself had taken the book crossed her mind, but his hands were full, and he made his way to the gate first, so unless he could teleport, there isn't any way that he had it. By the time the sun had sunken below the horizon, darkness flooding in and stopping right at the edges of the dome lights above the patio, Cameron had wasted her entire day turning the house upside down in search of the book. The longer she went without finding it, the more her brain did somersaults in order to explain away its absence. Now her brain was thoroughly mush from the strain of rationalization. Girl Cat was purring on a couch cushion that sat atop the kitchen table, looking like the laziest queen in the kingdom. Cameron swore she rarely saw the cat move. She appeared out of thin air for food, then was gone after finishing, only to appear again for food again later. With the sun down and seldom outside, light fixtures, only the ones above the garage and above the patio, worked, and they did little to grant visibility beyond a few feet, Cameron resigned to her room for the night. Once she shut the door, locking it for good measure, her anxiety abated just slightly. She plopped onto the bed, got under the covers, and prepared for a restless night of sleep. As she was drifting off, she noticed out of the corner of her eye that the sliding door's curtains were still pulled back, threatening darkness watching her every move. She got up, reluctantly, and pulled them close. For good measure, she placed a wooden stick in the track of the door. I like the subtle just like adding tension to the story, just that little sense of darkness, that something bad might happen. It's good for the tension of the story. She fell asleep eventually with the lamp on. It was the first time since she was a kid that she purposely neglected to turn out the lights before sleeping. A tapping on the glass door woke her up. She slept light, and when her eyes opened, she couldn't even be certain that she had fallen asleep. She lay there, unmoving with fear, when the tap came again. 3 succinct and quick pecks on the glass, and she realized, with a sudden flood of relief and mild annoyance, that she had forgotten to pin up the chickens the night prior. Cameron flung the blankets off of her, stormed over to the door, and in quick succession she removed the stick, pulled the curtains back, and slid the door open. A flood of feathers and red, floppy wattles retreated from the door. So many chickens that she couldn't make out any singular one as an individual. She was sure that at least a quarter of the ones she saw were wild, hoping to score some free feed. "Shoo!" she shouted, flinging her arms out in front of her. The flock ran away, and as they ran, she pondered how they got onto the patio. The gate was tall enough to where they shouldn't be able to fly over. To her left, there was a creaking and then a loud thunk. Cameron whirled and saw the gate bouncing back, continuing to produce a teeth-grating sound as it did so. What the fuck? Cameron slowly approached the gate, standing ajar now. The latch worked, and she knew that she had closed it behind her, right? She hadn't forgotten to close it so far. Still, worried about yesterday, even though she tried not to be, she wrote this off as a mistake, though she knew deep down that she wasn't 100% sure. Later, while at the beachside grill that she had been frequenting, Cameron got a call from Margot. "What's up?" she said, putting her phone to her ear. "How did things go with the pool guy? Like, after he saw you naked and all that?" Margot sounded as if she was holding back a laugh. "It wasn't funny. It was terrifying. And it was fine. He ended up being there longer than intended, and we had a decent conversation. After he left, though, some weird shit happened." Cameron waited for Margot to reply, worried that she would sound crazy. "Are you going to tell me? Just leave me hanging." Cameron recounted walking Michael to his car and coming back to find her book missing. The next few minutes were spent recounting the rest of the day, her concerns, and the night capped off with telling her that she left the house early this morning because she didn't want to be alone. "You're scared because you lost a book?" Margot said finally, and Cameron instantly felt a pang of regret at telling her about it. She knew that she would come across like she was overreacting. "Forget it. I knew you wouldn't take it seriously," Cameron snapped, and before Margot had the opportunity to respond, she ended the call. By the time the sun was going down, the temperature falling to a cool 78 degrees, Cameron was pulling back into the driveway. The house looked fine, basking in the orange and pink glow of the sunset. Girl Cat sat impatiently in the foyer, her strained meow indicating that she was obviously near death, and she needed food, and pronto. The food in the fridge was few and far between, and the pantry offered seldom more options. This had been the first time that she attempted to cook at the house. Usually she would order out or get something at the beachside restaurant she had been frequenting. Darkness had now fallen over the island, and while it was against her better judgment, she decided to go back into town to grab a bite. As she made her way to the door, eyes distracted by her phone, she reached the ceramic dish by the front door, in which the keys sat. Only, her hand came up empty. Cameron grasped absently at it again without thinking, assuming she had missed, but came up empty again. She turned to look at the dish, and the dish was empty. Her mind ran at the same pace as her quickening heartbeat, trying to remember if she had placed them in the dish or not. She backtracked into the kitchen and gave the granite island a once-over, but didn't spot the keys there. Her pockets also returned nothing but lint and a crumpled receipt, both of which she dropped to the floor. Her bare feet slapped the tile, and she sped down the hallway. In her room, she checked both the dresser and the bedside table, but nothing. Her last resort was the car. Sure enough, she had left the keys in the ignition. Mentally, she reprimanded herself for being so dumb. Anywhere else, leaving your keys in your unlocked car basically guaranteed that it wouldn't be there the next time you wanted to use it. She snagged the cars out of the ignition, confirming that the automatic headlights went out, then headed back inside. On second thought, she decided she would get something delivered. Okay. I'm with this story so far. I'm ready to keep pushing. Oof. Okay. Nah. I like it, Rosie. I think it's good. I'll be honest. I'm getting like really tired, but that's to say that I'm not talking a lot about the story just because I'm tired, but I'm really enjoying it. Like, this is something, if I was just reading it like laying in bed by myself, I'd be like enthralled, and I am enthralled even reading it out loud. I really want to know what's going on. Like, is it Michael that's doing all this weird shit? Like, is Michael the cause of all this weird shit? I don't know, but I think we're gonna find out soon. I'm so interested to see where the title came from. Is Michael watching her sleep? No, the pace is good, because here's the thing is, like, we have to be brought in slowly into the world and into the story, but you added multiple like creepy ass characters, and that is what keeps us into the story, right? Like the old guy, I'm blanking on his name right now, Carl. I think Carl, right? He was creepy as fuck, and the whole situation of getting here was creepy as fuck, and now Michael's kind of creepy. So we know, like, I don't know, it's those characters and trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, that it doesn't matter that it's a little slow and nothing that crazy has happened yet, because we want the mystery to be solved, and we know that like something crazy is going to happen at some point. So I think the pacing's fine. I like it, and I think like the exposition is fine. Okay, part 2. For the next few days, the weirdness seemingly abated, and Cameron went about the days like she had during the first week. Still, she didn't know what had become of her book, but decided that it wasn't worth the mental fortitude to dwell on it. To her, it was like those times in school when you would drop a pencil in class, but it would be gone when you go to pick it up, or when you put a pair of socks in the dryer, but only one comes out. Sometimes things are just gone, and she had to be okay with that. The pencil thing is so relatable. I remember being in shock so many times in high school when I would like drop a pencil or a pen or something, and then it was just gone, and it made no sense, but then I would just accept it. That's so relatable. That was a good sentence. Michael stopped by more frequently, and he said it was because he wanted to make sure that Cameron got a chance to use the pool before she left. But she figured that he could tell how lonely she felt. I don't trust this guy. A few times they went out. Ooh, they're going on dates. A few times they went out and explored together. A local showing the clueless tourists all the sights. He knew of some nice swimming spots and less crowded beaches. He took her to South Point and all but bullied her into doing the cliff dive. By the midpoint of her third and final week, she was at least glad to have met Michael, if not just for not feeling absolutely isolated. 5 days before the trip was set to end, Cameron was woken up by Girl Cat purring violently in her face. For a moment, she thought that she was experiencing an earthquake. Lids still shielding her light-sensitive eyes from the sun, Cameron reached up and shoved the vibrating ball of fur away from her. Greedy fat bitch, she muttered. That's crazy. First thing in the morning, greedy fat bitch. That's insane. Greedy fat bitch, she muttered. You're worse than the chickens. Girl Cat came prancing back and rubbed up against Cameron's face. She couldn't stay mad at such a sweet animal. Then Cameron realized something. She shut the door before she went to bed last night. Aw, hell nah. Michael's been in there. She sat up so fast that Girl Cat sprinted out of the room, bell jingling off into the distance, her eyes locked onto the door to her room, standing slightly ajar. If the lock worked like it was supposed to, there was no way that it should be open, even if the food-obsessed cat pushed against it with all her might. Cameron approached the door as if it would reach out and bite her. The lock clicked into place under her thumb, and when she twisted the outside handle, it didn't budge. She shut the door, then pulled on it from inside the room. Not hard, but hard enough to get it to budge if it was broken. Next, she checked the sliding glass door, but it was still locked and had the stick in the track. She kept the door shut as she sat back on the bed. Someone had been in here, she thought, then reached for her phone. She had to call the police. But what would she tell them? That she lost a book a week ago and now she woke up with a cat in her room when the cat wasn't in the room when she went to bed? It's not proof of anything. They would probably assume it was a prank call and give her a ticket. She flopped onto her back and stared at the ceiling, her fingers pressed against her temples, rubbing vigorously as she tried to think. After a moment, Cameron decided she would call Michael and ask him to come over. No longer did she feel like being alone up here, even if everything thus far was somehow explainable. Her phone didn't respond to any input, and after a moment of clicking the power button multiple times, she realized it was probably dead. So she reached for the charger beside her bed, but it was gone. Cameron could feel panic building in her chest. I was looking at the chat and the guy. Oh, that's creepy. This is kind of what Michael's doing, I think. This is really creepy. She never moved the charger, mostly because there was no reason to. This was something, to her, that couldn't be rationalized. This was something that she knew, definitely, that something was wrong. Did I skip this paragraph? Sorry, I'm gonna go back to here because I think I'm just getting really tired, guys. I don't know, like I just like zoned out for a minute, I guess. I'm gonna start on she flopped. She flopped onto her back and stared at the ceiling, her fingers pressed against her temples, rubbing vigorously as she tried to think. After a moment, Cameron decided she would call Michael and ask him to come over. No longer did she feel like being alone up here, even if everything thus far was somehow explainable. Her phone didn't respond to any input, and after a moment of clicking the power button multiple times, she realized it was probably dead. So she reached for the charger beside her bed, but it was gone. Cameron could feel panic building in her chest. Someone's like breaking, it's probably Michael. He's breaking in and watching her sleep or whatever. Why is he moving stuff around? Is he just getting off on it? She never moved the charger, mostly because there was no reason to. This was something to her that couldn't be rationalized. This is something she knew definitely meant that something was wrong. The hallway was empty. The only sound emanating out of the house were the desperate cries for food from Girl Cat. Cameron inched out of the room, one step at a time until she reached the table by the door and the ceramic dish that sat atop it. The keys were gone, of course. She didn't even feel surprised anymore. Very quickly, the house had become hostile, a cold and oppressive force that was rejecting her like a bad organ transplant. Inch by inch, she crept down the hallway. At her movement, Girl Cat tilted her head to the right, clearly puzzled by why she was moving so strangely. Initially, Cameron would have assumed that the animal's lack of reaction to other stimuli would be confirmation that she truly was alone in the house, but she also thought that the cat would allow anyone and everyone into the house at will, as long as one of them bothered to feed her. Finally, something seemed to be going her way. The wireless landline phone was still sitting on the countertop, covered in dust to show that this technology was outdated, even to people in the age range of Carl and Christina. She snagged it from the receiver and sprinted back to the room. The relief continued when she put in Michael's number and got a dial tone. After a few rings, he answered. Hello? He asked. He sounded sleepy, and Cameron was sure that she had woken him. Why is he just waking up? Is it because he was out all night, watching her sleep? My phone is dead, and She paused for a moment, debating on if she should tell him everything, or if she should try and sound relatively sane. She went with the latter. I lost my phone charger. Anyways, I know it's early, but I kind of have a favor to ask. He listened as she asked him what she needed, and thankfully, he didn't give it a second thought. An hour later, Cameron had everything that she could think of packed up, and she was waiting for Michael. Not too long later, his knock sounded from the door. She opened the door and stepped into the hall, where she could spot him through the window by the front door. Thank you so much, she said, stepping out and shutting the door behind her. No worries. It sucks that you gotta leave early, and I'm sorry about your grandma. He walked with her to the car, opening the hatch and depositing her suitcase for her. She felt bad about lying to him, telling him that she had to leave early because her grandma ended up having an accident and was now in the hospital. In reality, she didn't have any living grandparents, but she also didn't think that telling him why she was really leaving would land well. The level of anxiety she felt was at an all-time high, worried that something else would go wrong and prevent her from leaving. Also, now that I think about it, why didn't they just ask the pool guy to watch the house, since he's gonna be over every fucking day anyway? Seems crazy. Like, I'm sure the pool guy would have been like, oh yeah, for, you know, an extra $100 or whatever. But think about how much they spent to not just pay her, but then also give her the flight to Hawaii, to and from Hawaii, to get there, and then have Michael, or sorry, to do that. They could have paid like a fifth of that to Michael to just spend the 30 minutes it takes to fucking feed the chickens and whatever every day. Like, I mean, yeah, I agree, Nat. Like, Michael's probably fake, but I'm saying, like, just from the context that we have, and like the facts that Cameron has, she should be wondering all this. Whoa, Michael said, sliding into the driver's seat. What happened there? Cameron followed where his finger was pointing, all the way to the Dodge Malibu that was now resting on 4 flat tires. They hadn't been like that when she had last driven it, and she knew it was another attempt by the house to prevent her leaving. Please, she said, just fucking drive. The airport was unpleasantly empty, but Cameron didn't know what to expect out of a place this small. She was just glad that this would most likely be the last time she would ever see it. As Michael placed her suitcase on the sidewalk, he looked like the definition of forlorn. Oh, look, he said, I know I don't really know you, but I had a lot of fun showing you around the last few days. If you ever come back, you know, let me know. She tried to wear a smile, one that was convincing, one that said, sure, of course, next time I'm here, we'll see each other. But she knew there was no next time. All she did was nod. The air between them grew thick, palpable, and then it burst like a water balloon. Well, Michael stepped back around his car. Good luck. And he got in and drove off. Cameron felt bad, mainly because she knew that Michael knew that they were going to become strangers again. Margot made a fuss about picking her up early, but Cameron decided it was worth feeling safe again. The sight of a familiar face was almost enough to bring her to tears, and the anxiety of the trip washed away when Cameron stepped out into the cool Oregon air, her skin prickling into goosebumps at the temperature she hadn't felt in what seemed like an eternity. The drive home was silent. Margot didn't ask why she came home early, and Cameron didn't offer to disclose. All she could think about was a story Margot had told her freshman year about a kid who lost his cat. The cat frequently would go into crawl spaces under the house. One day, the cat went down but wouldn't come back out. The kid's mother, being as kick-ass as most mothers are, crawled down there to get the cat. She eventually was able to coax the cat out, but very shortly after resurfacing, she packed her kid and cat up and they left, never returning to the house. The kid never knew why. Oh, is this... So you're referring... This is about Pen Pal. Do you talk about Pen Pal? That's so cool. The kid never knew why, and only found out many, many years later that the mother had discovered someone was living in the crawl space of their house. Cameron had gotten so scared by that story when she was younger that she didn't sleep for 2 whole days, fearing something like that might happen to her. Eventually, the friend who had told her that story, Margot, had told her that it wasn't true. Eventually, she got over the fear of it, and whether or not it was true, she didn't know. The following days, after getting home, were mundane, and the time was spent readjusting and feeling normal again. By the second week home, the terror of the trip had all but vanished from her mind, now more resembling a bad dream rather than something actually experienced. One day, while checking the mail, she saw that she had received a package. I'm going to say there's going to be no sender's address, just like Pen Pal. One day, while checking the mail, she saw that she'd received a package. There was no sender's address, and it was almost entirely unmarked except for her name written in small letters on the front. She opened the box in the driveway, curiosity getting the better of her. Inside the box was a book. A copy of The Great Gatsby. It was beaten. It looked as if it had been read to death, resurrected, and then read to death again. Slowly, with trembling hands, she flipped open the front cover, inside of which was a handwritten note that read, "Happy birthday, Cameron. I know how much you love the movie, so I thought you might like the book. It's a favorite of mine growing up. Mom." Next to that was a Polaroid. Turned over so she could only see the black square on the back. She flipped it over and saw a photo of her. In her bed, in Hawaii. Girl Cat was touching noses with her. Below it, written in Sharpie, was the caption, "You look pretty when you sleep." Ugh. Oh, that's God, that's terrifying and beautiful. I love the homage to Pen Pal, because it's such a different story. Like, this is like not like that similar to Pen Pal, but then that little bit is. Oh man. And it works so perfectly. This might be my favorite thing I've read tonight, because I always say, like, I like short stories for like reading on stream because they're easy to follow when I'm like reading out loud and trying to look at chat. But this one, it wasn't short. Like, this is actually like relatively long for like reading on stream, but it was like paced so well, and it was like constant mysteries and constant questions and things happening that made me interested in the story. And it was very like classic, like creepypasta, in the sense that weird stuff is happening and we can't stop reading because we need to figure out what's happening. Interesting. Because so my thing is like, yeah, obviously Michael makes the most sense, but also that brings the question, like, why did you decide to make Carl so creepy at the beginning, and the whole situation for her going there so creepy? Which makes you think that Carl and Michael are like in cahoots, right? Like they're working together. Or maybe it's not Michael, and the whole Michael thing was just a coincidence, and it's actually just Carl, right? Because something is up with the house and the situation of her even coming there in the first place. So either it's not Michael, or, like, my opinion, I think it's either Michael, or sorry, it's either not Michael, or Michael is working in tandem with someone who's more involved in the house. No, that's okay. I think it's good to leave things up for interpretation, and it makes it really fun, because once you put a story out there, it becomes everyone who reads it becomes our story, right? I mean, like, it's your story, but like we have our own version of it in our heads, right? Yeah, that makes sense. But like, now that you see all of our theories, if you ever decide to like expand this into, say, like a novel or something, or just decide to, like, you know, do another draft or something, you can spin it in all kinds of cool directions. Like, you can think of like some people's ideas and play into those. Now that you have like a reaction of what readers think when they read it, you can like subvert those expectations or play towards those expectations. It's like really, really cool. I really, really enjoyed this. Thanks so much for sharing, Rosie, and thank you everyone for. I don't know why I opened up my my notifications. Um, thank you so much to everyone who's been hanging out in the stream all night and supporting the stream and just being so great, and sharing your writing and allowing me to read these awesome stories. This one was one of my favorite stories of the night. It's hard to say like between this one and the last one, and I mean there's a lot of good ones that we read today, but this one, maybe it's just recency bias because we just finished. This one might take the cake as my favorite. It was just like classic, like easy scare, like the exact type of thing that I want to read on stream. So easy to follow. The prose is so simple, which is a compliment, right? Because sometimes people, they accidentally make things too complicated, but you kept it like the right pacing. The sentences are strong. It's really good. Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks so much for letting me read this. Steph, thanks so much for everything tonight. I appreciate you hanging out. Freaking love you guys, everyone who's been in here. And yeah, you guys are freaking awesome. I probably have more to say about plans. I'm planning to do like some YouTube video. I'm literally like my eyes are closed while I'm talking right now. That's how tired I am. I'm planning to do some YouTube videos that aren't VODs of my stream. Like, there's this website where you can go and it'll give you like 2-sentence horror stories. Like, it'll give you the first sentence and you can guess what the second sentence is. And so I want to make a YouTube video where I like play that, or maybe I'll do that on stream. And then I want to do like a challenge where I let you guys, like I let people in my Discord like pick, like as a YouTube video, I let people in my Discord like pick what a story has to be about, and then I write it and post it on No Sleep, and like I have to try to get like a certain amount of upvotes. And then my Creepypasta tier list that I'm working on for a video, which is gonna be like a 5+ hour long video. And then I have a bunch of other video ideas that I'm like blanking on right now, but yeah. I'll see you guys on next stream. Like I said, every Friday, 7 p.m. But I'll of course see you in the Discord too. I think you're all in the Discord, but if there's anyone lurking who's not, !Discord, you can join. We talk about stories in there. We hang out. We help each other with writing, things like that. Thanks so much for hanging out, guys. I'll see you guys next stream. Yeah. Bye.